Chair of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor cannot be with us today, but I am pleased to be joined by my colleague and good friend, Councilmember Daniel Drum, who is the sponsor of today's legislation. And let me just say off the notes, we wouldn't have this hearing today if it wasn't for you. Thank you for your leadership. I would also like to acknowledge that we've been joined by council members. Well, I'll let you do that part. I'll give you the honors. Today we will be hearing a bill and resolution related to nuclear disarmament, both sponsored by council member Daniel Drum. Nuclear disarmament is the process of reducing and eradicating nuclear weapons while ensuring that countries without nuclear weapons are not equipped to develop them. Introduction number 1621 will create a nuclear disarmament and nuclear weapons-free zone advisory committee to examine nuclear disarmament and issues related to reaffirming the city as a nuclear weapons-free zone. So on the council, we have a very unique way. If you approve of something, just thank you so much. And issues related to reaffirming, it will require that the advisory committee to conduct a comprehensive review of the city's current stance on nuclear weapons, issue certain recommendations related to educating about nuclear weapons-free zones, and establish a working definition for what a nuclear weapons-free zone means for the city. The advisory committee will be required to post online and submit 5 annual reports to the mayor and speaker of the council, and would be dissolved after the submission of the 5th report. Resolution 976 calls on the New York City Controller to instruct the pension funds of public employees in New York City to divest from and avoid any financial exposure to companies involved in the production and maintenance of nuclear weapons, reaffirms New York City as a nuclear weapons-free zone, and join the ICAN Cities Appeal, calling on the United States to support and join the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Before I turn to Councilmember Drum to speak further on this on his bill and resolution, I would like to thank the committee staff who worked on this hearing: Emily Forjone, Elizabeth Cronk, Daniel Collins, Sebastian Bacci, Nukhat Kadri, Kevin Kotoski, and Kendall Stevenson, and my own legislative director, Claire McLevin. With that, I would like to turn it over to the champion here today, to Councilmember Drum.
Thank you very much, Chair Cabrera, and I want to really thank you for agreeing to have this hearing. This is of vital importance, and I definitely appreciate you working with me on this. Thank you very, very much. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councilmember Daniel Drum, and I'll be co-chairing this hearing for the Committee on Civil Service and Labor in place of I. Janique Miller, the regular chair of the committee. I'd like to thank my co-chair, Fernando Cabrera, and welcome everyone to today's hearings. We've been joined by Council Members Bill Perkins, Council Member, oh my gosh, Kalman Yeager. I'm so sorry, Kalman. Blanking my mind out. Council Member Farrah Lewis, Council Member Adrian Adams. Okay. And I'd also like to acknowledge and welcome my colleagues, which I just did. Today's hearing is on 2 pieces of legislation related to nuclear disarmament, on which I am the chief sponsor. Intro 1621 would create a nuclear disarmament and nuclear weapons-free zone advisory committee, and resolution number 976 calls on the New York City Controller to instruct the pension funds of public employees in New York City to divest and avoid any financial exposure to companies involved in the production and maintenance of nuclear weapons, reaffirms New York City as a nuclear weapons-free zone, joins us in the ICAN Cities Appeal, and calls on the United States to join the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Nuclear disarmament, quote unquote, is the term that is for the process of reducing and eradicating nuclear weapons while ensuring that countries without nuclear weapons are not equipped to develop them. Interestingly, The scientists who were instrumental in the creation of the first atomic bomb from the Manhattan Project were the first people to call for nuclear disarmament, as they saw the true potential of nuclear weapons and the devastating outcomes that could result. In the waning days of the Second World War, 70 scientists, including Albert Einstein, signed the Sislard petition, which urged President Roosevelt to not use the bomb on Japan. However, this petition never reached the president, and on August 6th and 9th, 1945, the United States dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan, forever changing the world and sparking international support for nuclear disarmament. Since then, the frightening prospect of nuclear annihilation hung over and continues to hang over the world. During much of the Cold War, the problem was largely bilateral. The Soviets and the Americans were the 2 superpowers that possessed nuclear arms in large numbers. Over time, a limited number of other nations joined this contemptible club. Now, the specter of nuclear weapons is even scarier. We have a world leader, namely the very stable genius, sitting in the White House, whose erratic tweets seem to encourage a nuclear arms race. Moreover, there is the very real concern that non-state actors such as terrorist groups will gain access to this deadly technology. New York City should be leading the way for its own sake as well as the rest of the world. The core questions then become, what can we do to end the investment of city pension funds in the institutions that support the production and sale of nuclear arms? Resolution 976 answers this by calling for the divestment of such funds. The follow-up question is, how can we move forward to ensure our city does all it can to address nuclear proliferation? Intro 1621 answers this by establishing a committee to convene the sharpest minds to focus on the city's role in one of the most pressing issues of our time. Today's hearing brings together some of the top advocates working in the field, including the Nobel Prize-winning International Coalition to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, to discuss the questions, why is New York City invested in its own destruction? And what are we going to do about it? The city's commitment to divest from private prisons and fossil fuels certainly helps point the way forward on this context. I look forward to the day when the city will not only divest, but also engage in proactive efforts to help tackle the existential threat posed by nuclear weapons. In addition to the Government Operations Committee staff, I would particularly like to thank the Civil Service and Labor Committee staff who helped prepare for this hearing: Nusat Chattery, Kevin Kotowski, and Kendall Stevenson. And thank you. But with that, I now want to read a statement from Chair Danique Miller, whose place I'm taking today. So from Danique Miller, while Councilmember Miller could not be here today, this statement on Introduction 1621 and Resolution 976 expresses his sentiments. Last week, we celebrated the life and accomplishments of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Our office held our annual celebration honoring his legacy at the Jamaica Performing Arts Center, and in preparing my remarks, I was reminded of Dr. King's teaching on war and nuclear weapons. For Dr. King, nuclear proliferation was deeply problematic on 2 fronts. The funding of atomic weapons, he argued, was akin to robbing society of resources that could be otherwise used to uplift society. Dr. King warned of the catastrophic consequences a nuclear war could bring. Speaking on nuclear proliferation concerning the freedom movement, he stated that the 2 issues are tied together in many, many ways, and noted that it would be rather absurd to work to get schools and lunch counters integrated and not be concerned about the survival of a world in which to integrate. Now more than ever, we remember Dr. King's teachings as we face a world where nuclear weapons are still a looming threat and international relations are strained. Introduction 1625 calls for the creation of a nuclear disarmament and nuclear weapons-free zone advisory committee. This committee would serve as a valuable resource in the overarching goal of ending nuclear proliferation and the possibility of nuclear war. Similarly, Resolution 976 would send a powerful message towards the goal of peace and nonviolence by calling for the pension funds of city employees to divest from companies that are involved in the production and maintenance of nuclear weapons. While the city must ensure a fully funded pension, it must also reflect the values of the dedicated men and women that make up our workforce and the communities they represent. As with the Council's past divestment programs relating to apartheid and gun retailer stock, this resolution makes a powerful statement that New York City stands on the side of peace. In Dr. King's sermon, Loving Your Enemies, he said, "It is an eternal reminder to a generation depending on nuclear and atomic energy, a generation depending on physical violence, that love is the only creative, redemptive, transforming power in the universe." His words continue to ring true, and we will continue to uplift his legacy in the Council. I thank Councilmember Drum for his leadership and all my colleagues for their support of these two pieces of legislation. And then finally, I would like to read a letter from Walter Nagel, the partner of Bayard Rustin. Dear esteemed New York City Council, I am writing in memory of my late partner Bayard Rustin to urge the New York City Council to pass Resolution 0976 and Intro 1621 in support of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and Divestment from the Nuclear Industry. Bayard, a longtime New Yorker, is mainly known as a civil rights activist and the organizer of the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. He had a long history of involvement with a variety of social justice issues, including economic justice, immigrant and refugee affairs, and LGBT rights. During the Koch administration, he testified twice before the New York City Council in support of laws protecting the LGBT community. His work against militarism and atomic nuclear weapons began in the 1940s with the American Friends Service Committee. He traveled the country speaking out against militarism and the dangers of the arms race. Learning of the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he reflected on the threat that such awesome power posed to human survival. In the late 1950s, he was arrested not far from these chambers when he refused to take shelter during an air raid drill. Joining Dorothy Day, another peace activist, he remained in City Hall Park during a time of mandatory evacuation to underground shelters. Working with the British Committee for Nonviolent Action, he helped organize a delegation to travel to the Algerian Sahara to protest French testing of an atomic bomb in 1959. He marched with the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament from London, England, after addressing a crowd at Trafalgar Square. In 1964, he spoke here at an anti-Vietnam War rally on the anniversary of the destruction of Hiroshima. Were he here with us today, I know he would be urging the New York City Council to move forward on these initiatives. Walter Hagel, New York, New York. So thank you, Walter, for that, and we're going to have that in the testimony, obviously. And with that, I'm going to ask Council to swear in the administration.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
You may begin.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair Cabrera, Councilmember Drum, and members of the committees. I am Penny Abby Wardina, Commissioner for International Affairs at the Mayor's Office for International Affairs. I would like to thank the Council for the opportunity to testify regarding Introduction 1621, which would create a Nuclear Disarmament and Nuclear Weapons-Free Zone Advisory Committee. The New York City Mayor's Office for International Affairs is responsible for fostering positive relations and encouraging collaborations between the international community and New York City agencies and local neighborhoods. Our work involves sharing New York City policies and best practices globally and maximizing the benefits that New Yorkers get from having the United Nations and the largest diplomatic corps in the world present within their boroughs. We created and continue to run the New York City Junior Ambassadors Program, bringing youth across the 5 boroughs into the UN and the UN into their neighborhoods. In 2018, we led the effort to make New York City the first city in the world to report directly to the United Nations on the Sustainable Development Goals. In addition, my office works diligently to ensure that our city remains a strong voice around the world, showcasing the importance of subnational leadership on issues that matter to the City of New York and to New Yorkers. Locally, we respond to requests from foreign governments, the United Nations, and the U.S. Department of State. International Affairs also advises city agencies on diplomatic and consular matters and provides guidance to the diplomatic and consular community on city-related issues. With the Department of Finance, International Affairs administers the City of New York, U.S. Department of State Diplomatic and Consular Parking Program. I would now like to acknowledge our strong support for nuclear disarmament and nuclear non-proliferation. As I am sure you are aware, in July of 2017, the United Nations General Assembly passed the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and in that same year, the Norwegian Nobel Committee awarded the Nobel Peace Prize to the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. My office has not been involved with this work, but they are certainly both important advancements that we applaud. While we are supportive of the goal of nuclear weapons-free New York City, we have strong concerns about the proposed bill as currently constituted and our ability to meet the requirements. As we understand it, the legislation proposes that I chair an advisory committee whose function would be to examine nuclear disarmament and issues related to recognizing and reaffirming New York City as a nuclear weapons-free zone. This bill would also require the advisory committee to, 1, conduct a comprehensive review of New York City's current stance on nuclear weapons and the process of recognizing and reaffirming the city as a nuclear weapons-free zone. 2, establish a working definition for how a nuclear weapons-free zone might be defined in New York City. 3, recommend mechanisms for encouraging and increasing community input with regard to education related to the nuclear weapons-free zone. And 4, recommend or host discussions, public programs, and other educational initiatives. These activities are primarily focused on the specific context of New York City and its stance on, need for, and current status vis-a-vis nuclear weapons. The presence of nuclear weapons in New York City is not an international issue. The use of nuclear weapons is generally thought of as a matter of foreign policy and national security considered by the federal government and foreign countries. Cities where weapons might be located would not have jurisdiction or involvement in this decision-making process. The presence of nuclear weapons in New York City is also not a matter of cooperation between New York City and foreign governments. Where and how such weapons are stored is instead an intergovernmental question between local, state, and federal officials. International affairs would not expect to be involved in any decision as to whether nuclear weapons are purchased or stored in New York City. Further, we do not have staff members with nuclear expertise or experience in the topic area. As such, international affairs is not best positioned to take stock of New York City's nuclear status as it currently exists, nor to make suggestions regarding how best to interface with stakeholders to negotiate a nuclear weapons-free zone moving forward. The mandate of this bill, as currently stated, would require strong interagency and public coordination capacities that international affairs does not possess due to the scope of my office's remit. While international affairs is not best suited to effectuate the requirements of this bill, we continue to share the Council's commitment to ensuring that New York City is a nuclear weapons-free zone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on today's topic. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. We're debating who will go first. We just love to be courteous towards one another. Let me just begin talking about Councilmember Drum's bill. What, in your estimation, what would be the cost of this advisory board if we were to put it into place?
The cost of this advisory board, unfortunately, I do not know. I don't have an expertise, and we don't have the expertise in our office to identify what the cost would be in terms of securing the appropriate people to be on this.
Can you hire someone with the expertise, a consultant that will help you put the advisory
Yeah, and Councilmember, that's a great question. This is not about, and my testimony is not just about resources. It's about the fact that this bill is an inner-city domestic bill and does not fit within the remit or the scope of international affairs.
So I want to go through just briefly the arguments that you made why we couldn't. The administration is not on board with this bill, and especially in relation to this advisory board. The first, let me just jump on one of them. What I just heard you mention, basically, that you don't have the staff members with nuclear expertise or experience on this topic. I have to tell you, I was fortunate right here in the council to be part of a task force, myself and now public advocate Jermani Williams, for the cure of violence. Though I have worked with gang members for many years, I did not consider myself an expert, neither did he. That was the whole point of having the task force. The point is, because we don't have the expertise, but the expertise, especially in New York City, we're very fortunate to have the expertise right here on board. We have accessibility to it to make it happen. The whole point is that we don't have that expertise. So I don't think that argument that you have right there holds a lot of float in terms of we don't have the expertise, and then it's very easily we could hire somebody. Or you could have the task force, just like we did. We had somebody to be the chairman, the vice chair. We put it all together. It took 18 months. This is a 5-year process, and then come back with some suggestion. I just don't see where the hurt is.
So Councilmember,
It's not a heavy lift.
Councilmember, I appreciate what you're saying. First, I want to be very clear. The administration is very much on board with a non-nuclear New York City, and we support the nature of this bill. Again, it is about, and again, I really want to reaffirm that we want to support and partner on this effort, but the way the bill is currently constituted, international affairs is not the appropriate agency to take the lead on this, because this is fundamentally a domestic activity.
So then let's switch it over to governmental operations. I mean, somebody in the city should be able to manage something that, to be honest with you, doesn't take a whole lot of leadership, because we already have the leadership here. This is just all about coordinating, setting a time where they could get together. It's not that complicated. I mean, it really isn't. And that's, you made a really good point as to how the administration's on board with all the treaties that you mentioned, but I just don't see a congruency with the next step. And to me, it was seen that the next step would be in light of the fact that we are concerned and we are the target, New York City. I mean, how many of us have had nightmares? I know I had nightmares of New York City going on fire. I mean, I'm sure many, many people have. It just subconsciously is in our mind. And having been working in 9/11 and going through that whole trauma that we all went through, especially those of us that were first responders there, we're very concerned about this piece. So this is why I honestly, I thought I was going to come in today and we're going to say, Danny Drum, council member par excellence, 5-star, thank you for your leadership, we on board. So I hope that you could go back to the deputy mayor and to the mayor and to have reconsideration. And if it's government operations, you know, I chair government operations, I'll be more than willing to work with the wonderful staff that you have in government operations. So please, if we could have that dialogue. The other question I was going to mention, then I'm going to pass it on to Councilman Drunk, so I know he has quite a few questions, is in regards to how prepared we are in case an unfortunate event if we were to have, for example, a dirty bomb right here in New York City. I am very concerned about that. When I go, I've been to Israel, I've been to about 30 countries, and when you go to some of the countries, you visit the hospitals, which I had an opportunity to go there with governmental staff. They have dedicated systems in the hospitals, for example, an independent way of non-connected sources of water to decontaminate people in case that, and unfortunately, God forbid, that we ever had that experience, but they seem to be more prepared. I was talking to somebody earlier how we have less than 1% of our beds are able to handle burn traumas and during these critical incidents. How can we prepare, the administration prepare themselves? And just like we had coronavirus, China was totally caught off guard by that. How prepared are we in light of the facts that I just presented?
Yeah, and Councilmember, those are it's a great point that you make. I am not aware of the response to have that. I believe it's NYPD's counterterrorism or OCME would be better suited to respond to that question.
Well, I know the chief, he was an inspector in my district. I'll definitely have that dialogue, but we also have to talk to city hospitals to be prepared, and it's not that difficult to have these water tanks to be installed, to have the water ready, and God forbid, if it's something localized, something that will cover 20 blocks easily and will have detrimental effects in the city. I have some other questions, but I'll come back later because I'm really, to be honest with you, very anxious to hear my co-chair for today, the questions that he has online. Thank you so much. And thank you so much again, Councilmember Drum, for your leadership. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Cabrera. I want to say we've been joined by Council Members Rodriguez, Moyers, and Powers. And let me just start off by saying I don't think anyone could survive a nuclear attack in New York City. So I think that this is an issue of major importance here in the city. I would also disagree with you respectfully that this legislation is about a domestic issue on an international issue, a domestic bill on an international issue. So I'm surprised that the administration is not supporting it. Last week, I think we passed legislation where there was an agreement minimally on fossil fuels. And prior to that, I think there was something on private prisons as well. Fossil fuels would also require international work as well. Was your office involved in that at all?
Repeat that?
With the carbon fuels agreement that the mayor announced last week?
No, and I think that's a perfect example. The lead on C40s, the divestment network, is our climate team. What International Affairs does is take that work and those partnerships they have with coalitions like C40, and then we amplify it to the global community through the United Nations. So again, the administration is supportive of the nature of this bill, but the way that it is currently constituted, it puts international affairs as the lead, and we just believe that this is an inner-city bill that should be in another entity around the city, and that is.
So, Commissioner, has this mayor done any work on nuclear divestment?
On nuclear divestment, I do not know the response to that, and I could get back to you on that.
I would think coming into this hearing, the administration would have prepared you on that, to be honest. And I would think that as the Commissioner for International Affairs, since this is such an important and vital issue, we would have information on that. So even if you argue that it shouldn't be in your jurisdiction, it makes one wonder where the administration's priorities really are. I mean, I'm really shocked at that, actually. But what does Moya do then exactly?
The Mayor's Office
of
for
International Affairs.
International Affairs. So we really work on, New York City is host to the largest diplomatic corps in the world. We have the UN, 193 permanent missions, 116 consulates of different arms of foreign governments that work with their immigrant communities, and about 70 international trade commissioners. And so we work partly on the operational. We administer the parking program, handle diplomatic incidents, the security issues, the UN General Assembly. which is our Super Bowl in September, but we also ensure that we make sure that New Yorkers get value. Councilmember, you sat on the selection committee for New York City Junior Ambassadors, but we make sure we take some of our most disconnected youth and bring them to the UN, let them know how they're part of the global movement around issues related to climate or gender equity, and then we ask them to go back into their neighborhoods and do something in that community. So one of my perfect examples is SDG 14, Life Underwater. How are we cleaning up oceans with plastic, right? Our junior ambassadors in our neighborhoods, they're in the South Bronx cleaning up the South Bronx River. That's how we're bringing New Yorkers to the global community and ensuring that the impact that it's having at home. So we both do the programmatic, but the operational with a staff of 12.
Commissioner, do you know how many countries have signed on to the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons, a campaign for the implementation of the United Nations Nuclear Ban Treaty?
I do not know that number.
Okay, I mean, this is a big issue in the United Nations. Again, I'm surprised that you've come unprepared with that number. It's over 100 countries. And again, I have to say, I'm disappointed that the administration doesn't take this issue seriously.
It's 122, sir.
Yeah, well, okay, I mean, thank you, staff. But, you know, it doesn't seem to be a priority, Commissioner, is what I'm trying to get at. And I understand your concern that, as Chair Cabrera has said, that, the task force could be set up. It's just a matter of will and a matter of a budget, perhaps. So I want to ask a few questions around that issue as well. So what resources does Mayor's Office of International Affairs would they need to implement 1621?
And sir, that's a good question, and it's not a question of just resources. This really is about the fundamental nature of the scope and the purview of the International Affairs Office, and the way that the bill is currently constituted, it does not fall within the remit of our office.
So what office would you suggest it would be in?
And that's a great question. I don't know the capacity and the resources of the other entities around New York City, and so I wouldn't be able to give you a good recommendation right now.
So what would we have to do to make it within your purview?
Well, it's not the way that what you're looking to do in terms of the purpose of the bill, which is to make this a nuclear weapons-free New York City. It will be assessing what is happening in New York City, which is fundamentally an inner-city purpose, an inner-city bill. So I don't know if there's a way for you to reconstitute this in a way that it would become international affairs, because what the heart of the bill is trying to do around a non-nuclear New York City does not deal with foreign governments, New York City dealing with foreign governments, and that's fundamentally the purpose of my office.
Do you acknowledge that nuclear disarmament, nuclear divestment is an international issue?
It is an international issue, but it is also a domestic issue, and this bill is specifically around the advisory committee, which we believe does not fall within the scope of international affairs.
Again, Commissioner, it sounds very bureaucratic to me. Has your office convened any advisory committees in the past?
It has not.
Anti-nuclear weapon organizations have successfully appealed to multiple American cities to formally call on the American government to support the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Has Moya looked at what steps those American cities have taken to see if New York would also join such an appeal?
We have not, because we do not have the expertise within our office, and again, that would be a domestic issue, and we have not.
So why did the mayor's office, or who makes the decision to send you? Was the decision to send you to today's hearing made on the basis of the fact that the task force would be put into your agency?
Yes, that is what I believe.
And then the administration didn't make an effort to have other people here?
I have my colleagues from the city with me.
Who's here?
James from Intergovernmental Affairs and my team from International Affairs.
So James, why don't you come up? So who are the other two people? What do they do?
The deputy commissioner.
Oh, you're a deputy commissioner?
Sorry?
You're a deputy commissioner?
Yeah, they're both in international affairs, sir.
James, you got to do a better job preparing people for this type of a hearing. This is amazing to me. How does the work proposed by Intro 1621 differ from the work MOIA, your office, MOIA, has done to commit the city to the principles of the Paris Climate Agreement?
So that's an excellent question. What we have done is work with our climate team, who has been implementing the policy, creating the policy around the Paris Climate Agreement. What we do is take their efforts and amplify it, but we are not creating or implementing the policy in the way that Dan Zarilli and Mark Chambers' teams.
So who did that work prior to you being asked to disperse it or distribute it, or
To amplify it?
to amplify it?
That the Paris Agreement happened during the time of my tenure. I've been commissioner since 2014, and we committed, New York City committed to the Paris Climate Agreement in 2017. So it just fell within the
But
work
when
that
you
we
say
do.
we committed to it, you're saying who?
New York City did through the leadership of the mayor's office around response and resilience.
When Mayor de Blasio was the mayor?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so then how is that different if the mayor wanted to make a commitment to nuclear divestment? How might that work if it was is it his decision and then it could come down to you to amplify it?
Whatever the administration does after it is centralized in a city agency, we would then work with them to ensure that that reaches the global audience.
So if, I think as a follow-up to that, if Intro 1621 would require the advisory committee to recommend or host discussions, public programs, and other educational activities related to nuclear disarmament and the catastrophic consequences of nuclear weapons production, could your office, MOIA, incorporate some of these initiatives into its current programming?
We would absolutely love to work and support any advisory committee that gets convened around this to ensure that that happens.
So I think that the New York City Junior Ambassadors Program, is that under your jurisdiction?
That is a program that International Affairs runs, yes.
So they work with the UN on connecting their local to global program for the diplomatic community. Can you describe that?
The Junior Ambassador Program?
Yes.
The Junior Ambassador Program it's a partnership between DOE, DYCD, the United Nations to ensure that 7th graders learn about the Sustainable Development Goals, get a connection to the United Nations, understand how they're part of a global movement, and then they're asked to do a commitment to action in their community. Our students and our educators select the Sustainable Development Goal they want to focus on, whether it's climate change or human trafficking. They select that topic, they learn more about it, connect to the global movement, and then do something in our community.
Can you confirm now whether or not there are currently any nuclear weapons or components in New York City?
Sir, I do not know. That does not fall within the scope of my work.
Is there another city agency besides yours that you think should be involved in advising? I asked that already on nuclear disarmament issues, but you can't name any?
I just don't know the capacity in terms of this bill, but for the question that you just asked about whether there are nuclear weapons, I would say NYPD counterterrorism or the Office for OCME.
Okay, I'm gonna stop here for a moment, and then I'm gonna let some colleagues ask questions. We've been joined by Council Members Kalos and Maisel, and I'm gonna turn to Council Member Rodriguez. Sorry.
I think that if you look at the faces of everyone here in the audience, what you get to see is 1,000 years of people advocating, organizing for peace.
Absolutely.
People that organize against nuclear weapons. People that organized when this country took us to fight unnecessary war, the Persian Gulf, a war for oil. And this time around, this guy, who no doubt is crazy, disseminating fear in the nation and the whole world by declaring the war in Iran. They put the whole city and the whole nation in danger. So I feel that we have a big responsibility. This conversation is not happening in the Midwest. It's not happening other places, but in the city of New York, that historically been leading the movement for peace, for nuclear weapons. And I think that the least this administration can do, and if we don't do it on Mayor de Blasio, that was part of the solidarity movement, or the Sandinista in Nicaragua was part of the movement organizing against nuclear weapons. So who will do that? And I think that creating this advisory, a nuclear disarming and nuclear weapons free zone advisory committee is a must for my daughter 13 and 6, for our children, and from the grandchildren. We live in fear. How does New York take the trains? When we take the trains, we want to move fast from Times Square, from the World Trade Center. We don't want to be in a place where there are 100,000 of people, because we know that this is about when. We know that we have created, with a foreign affairs policy, that unfortunately has created enemy throughout the world. Where with the collapse of the former Soviet Union, what we have today is a lot of expertise. So we have the Manhattan Project made here in our borough that unfortunately produced a bomb that killed millions of people. We have those institutions from Columbia, New School, NYU, with top scientists doing research, experts in this field. Yes, we have expertise here in the city of New York. And as a city, from the NYPD, create level of collaboration with the FBI, with the CIA. We cannot wait for a crazy guy in DC to protect us, and whoever are in his side. Yes, we are a progressive city, and we need to be a progressive city by action. And we are not talking about taking away the resources, interfering with the foreign policy. We just say, let's create an advisory board. And I think there's nothing on this legislation, led by my colleague, Councilmember John. And of course, we also have the other legislation resolution for another hearing to move the money, from weapons to social services. And I hope that the administration will be inside too. Will be in our side. So I just want us to encourage, the office, and I know that we were there together in a few events, like an event last year, has to be more than putting an event together. Has to be more than just bringing the students together. Has to be more than meeting with celebrity. Has to be more than meeting with them, with the dignitary. That office, I hope that in the next 2 years, is take another approach with the resources that we need for you to have the necessary staff and the vision for the city of New York. We are in danger, and we are not waiting for Washington, D.C. to protect New York City. We need to take our own action, and this action means creating this advisory board. Thank you.
I have one last quick question in light of the fact that it's a great article that came out this week that the doomsday clock, we're down to first time, I believe, to 17 seconds to that doom. So I have to probe here a little bit. Did you have a discussion with the deputy mayor regarding this hearing today?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
So who did you have a conversation with regarding this hearing today?
With IGA and with my staff.
And your staff. Was there any moment where the discussion, did anybody come up with the question, if it's not appropriate, in your estimation, not to come to your agency, which other agency should it go to?
We did not discuss that because the nature of this work, it is really about assessing where expertise, where resources, capacity exist, and I do not know that, and neither did the people that I spoke with. So I am not prepared to answer that.
Do the agencies talk to one another?
Absolutely.
It's kind of a rhetorical question.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I'm surprised nobody said, hey, you know, this is a great idea. Councilmember Drum came out with a fantastic bill that is congruent with our policy and vision for the city. Maybe this should go to government operation. Let's give them a call. And nobody come up with that question? Okay.
Unfortunately not.
Would you be, after today's hearing, who will you be contacting after this hearing today?
I mean, I will absolutely speak with my colleagues. Again, we are very supportive of the nature of this bill, and I believe International Affairs wants to work and support. I hope we will be in touch with each other to figure out how we can support this after
So
this
in your
hearing.
estimation, this bill makes sense. You just don't seem to deem appropriate to be under your watch.
Only because the way that this bill is written and with the purpose of it is not within the remit of international affairs.
And at what point, if it was rewritten, would it be under your supervision and watch?
I don't think that the nature of what it is trying to achieve would fall within international affairs because it's fundamentally about what is happening in New York City, and I believe that another entity could take this on, and International Affairs wants to collaborate and support that effort.
But you do believe that it should go to, for example, government operations?
I don't have an opinion on that because, again, I don't know what they are able to do.
Okay, maybe make it more
In
general.
terms of
Do you believe the city, there should be an agency taking over it? Correct?
A city entity
Right.
should be the appropriate place for this
Okay.
to land.
Thank you so much. I'll turn it back to my co-chair.
So we're going to go to Councilmember Kalos for an opening first statement. He's joined us now. But before that, I want to say, coming into this hearing, this is why I'm disappointed with the administration. We have a veto-proof majority on both of these pieces of legislation. So we intend in the council to pass them, whether the mayor's on board or not. And so to come in here and not have paid this as much attention as I think they should have, especially when we have a veto-proof majority, is a very bad move on the part of the administration, especially for one that considers itself to be progressive. So regardless of whether or not you feel it should be in your committee or it should be in your agency or another agency, because we have the veto-proof majority, I can pretty much assure you we'll move forward on it. Councilmember Kalos.
Thank you to Governmental Operations Chair Cabrera and Finance Chair Drum for leading this amazing hearing. I'm Councilmember Ben Kalos. I would like to just thank my good friend and colleague Danny Drum for calling on the council and being the lead sponsor that the city should take this bold action against nuclear disarmament and nuclear divestment. Just a few weeks ago, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, which takes stock of the threats posed by nuclear war and climate change each year, moved the doomsday clock to 100 seconds before midnight. We are now measuring how close the world is to catastrophe in seconds, not hours or even minutes. It is the closest to doomsday we have ever been since the clock was created in 1947. More than 13 Nobel laureates issued a statement that humanity is facing two simultaneous existential threats, those being climate change and nuclear war. The current White House has made it a point to not only eviscerate current treaties and regulations, but to also ignore and undermine the international mechanisms for collaboration. With the United States' exit from the Paris Agreement and the Iran nuclear deal, it is clear that the current president does not care about the imminent threat to our future. I am proud to be a co-prime sponsor since introduction for Introduction 1621 and Reso 976. Intro 621 creates an advisory committee to examine nuclear disarmament, an issue related to reaffirming the city as a nuclear weapons-free zone. The city declared this back in 1983, and I hope we can pass this bill quickly and reaffirm our declaration once again. I'd like to again thank Danny for his leadership on this. I'd also like to thank the advocates who have been tireless in their efforts, including Nobel laureate Ray and the other members of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, particularly for letting me hold their Nobel Prize. I think that is the closest I will ever get to holding a Nobel Prize. So I guess my question to Commissioner Penny is, have you ever held a Nobel Prize?
I have not, and I'm a little jealous that you have.
That is good. So my offer on behalf of my friends, the Nobel laureates, and I can't believe I get to say that, is if you can help us find a home and an agency to make this happen, we will let you hold and pose with a Nobel Prize.
Indeed. Thank you, Councilman.
In all seriousness, I just look forward to working with you to find the right agency, whether it's the Mayor's Office of Operations, they call themselves Ops, I call them MOO. Either way, I think that we can work together to find the right place to convene this. And again, I want to thank the chairs for moving this forward, and thank you.
Would you like to speak?
Yeah, Councilmember, this is Paula Chua, First Deputy Director of City Legislative
Yeah, I have to
Affairs.
swear you in.
Yeah.
Just hold on one second.
Oops, sorry. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do. Councilmember, thank you so much for holding this hearing. I just wanted to clarify for the record that this is not a controversial bill. We support it. If you want to move it next Monday on the aging, we're there. I think all we're saying is we just have to find the right home. It is not uncommon for us to come in and support the intent of the bills and then negotiating the details after the hearing. I figured that we could clarify that point.
Okay, my disappointment is just that I don't feel that the administration was as prepared as they should have been to answer some of these questions. And we look forward, though, to negotiating this as we move forward.
Absolutely. And we'll do a better job at communicating with staff to bring the right agencies. I think we can absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, I have great respect for you. What I advise is for next time that these discussions take place before we get here, so you can come with recommendations and say, hey, we'll transfer it to this agency or department. That way, we can move rather quickly and expedite this bill.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming and clarifying.
Okay, I hate to be too tough, but I have to be sometimes, especially when legislation is important to me. But I do thank you for coming in and for giving testimony, and we look forward to working with you as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Councilmember, thank you.
Okay, we're going to call our next panel up. The next panel will be, and pardon if I've mispronounced the name, Marivu Kojima from the Lenape Center. Ian Zabata, Western Bands of the, Shoshare Nation of Indians. Chief Dwayne Perry, Bayal, from the Ramapo Lenape Nation. Miyako Taguchi from Hibaka Shah Stories. Okay, and I just want to remind everyone that we are going to give all those presenting testimony today 2 minutes to present testimony. And if you have a written testimony, please give it to the Sergeant at Arms, and then they will distribute it to us.
You could begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariru Kojima, and I am an advisor for Lenape Center, representing the federally recognized Lenape peoples indigenous to New York City. I have been asked to deliver a land welcome and a message on behalf of the organization today. Nule Lindam Muhina Eli Paeku Lenape Hoking. Gulau Sihemo Enda Ah Pieku. We are glad because you people came to Lenape Hoking. Live well while you are here. I quote, New York City sits at the heart of Lenapehoking. It has always been the home of the peacemakers and the grandfathers, the Lenape. In continuing our responsibility towards our values of peacemaking, balance, respecting Mother Earth, and respecting all life and all peoples, we do not want to witness the life-sustaining energies of Lenapehoking to be utilized for the propagation of destructive weapons. We, the Lenape Center, led by co-directors from the federally recognized Lenape and Munsee Mohican nations, humbly ask the City Council to understand the depth of responsibility which is owed to the life-sustaining reality of Mother Earth and do everything in their power to prevent war on other peoples and on Mother Earth herself. Lenapehoking has witnessed too much colonial genocide and violence upon our people, which has yet to be recognized and acknowledged. This blindness to our history should first end so you can open your eyes to our people and see the true ramifications of supporting weapons and war. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
I am Principal Man Ian Zabarty of the Western Bands of the Shoshone Nation. I'm also Secretary of the Native Community Action Council, a party withstanding in the Atomic Safety Licensing Board on the proposed high-level nuclear waste repository at Yucca Mountain. Our lands, the Western Shoshone Nation, are defined by treaty, the most formal recognition between one government and another in international law, the 1863 Treaty of Ruby Valley. That's from the Consolidated Treaty Series, Volume 127, 1863. We have borne the burden of the nuclear age without help from America. 1,000 nuclear weapons tests within our country spread fallout across our country and across the United States and the world. We've investigated our own adverse health consequences known to be plausible from radiation exposure that harms our land and harms our people. And based on lifestyle differences alone, our exposure is significantly greater than that of the non-native community. We need help. Everywhere else in the world, there are radiation monitoring, surveillance, and DNA testing and registries. We don't have that here in the United States. We need that. We need help. This is the right thing to do, and I don't have to tell you that. You know it's the right thing to do. It's a violation of the Treaty of Ruby Valley, a violation of law to be killing Indians in secret with nuclear weapons, and that is exactly what's happening. So I urge you to support this, these two proposals to move this city to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Anashi Gichi Manitou, Anashi Kisha Lamokwing, Elamiliang, Kakana Ki, Wak Mbi, Wak Kashong, Wak Tindao. I'm Al, and I'm here on behalf of the Ramapo and Nape Nation. We're the Munsee people, the descendants of the original people of Manhattan. So I bring you a statement on behalf of and from our leader, Chief Dwayne Perry. Chief Dwayne Perry is Sakum Makwa of the Ramapo and Nape Nation, the Munsee people whose ancestral land this great city now sits. I come not to belabor you with more facts, of which you should already know, but to share in ancient truths for which most have ignored since 1624. In the 1400s, the Ojibwe began their migration west because it was foretold that shiny people were coming and some would bring death. It has happened. In the 1800s, the Western nations prophesied the coming of the black snakes, which would bring joy to many and in the end, death. It has happened. You cannot drink oil. If one oil train derails, spills into New York State watershed, as it nearly did in 2018, hundreds of thousands of people in the city will die. You cannot drink oil. It is a current danger. It is a danger now. In the 90s, sitting in the Himalayas with elders from over 200 countries, it was foretold, quote, that the hollow people were coming and some would hold the sons of death. It has happened. In the Western world's freedoms, as the Western world's freedoms wilt under the knowledge and knowing guise of misdirecting syntax, the hollow people have risen. They now carry their sons of death worn openly as badges of bravado. It is happening now. I implore each and every one of you to arise, to stand for humanity, and to support the legislation to divest from nuclear profiteering and proliferation. I'm asking New York to join Paris, Berlin, Sydney, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. to become a part of the ICAN Cities campaign in support of the nuclear ban treaty, for now is the time. You cannot drink death. Anishik, thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Miyako Taguchi. My parents were survivors of the atomic bombing in Nagasaki. I have been working for nuclear abolition more than 10 years as a Nagasaki peace correspondent and a member of the Hibakusha Stories that tells survivors' true story to students, adults in the New York area. While we say we value peace, we invest to the deadly weapons due to our ignorance or our so-called security and protection. What we lack is an imagination. The area destroyed by the first nuclear bombing in Hiroshima is almost the same size of the New York City. Imagine 140,000 dead bodies as they were in Hiroshima covered New York City. Imagine your parents, spouses, children, and friends whom you deeply love were among them. It was inhuman and savage, melting skins hanging from the arms and mothers carrying dead infants. These were normal scenes in Nagasaki and Hiroshima in 1945. My teenage parents were there. When I imagine the pain, hunger, and the devastation they went through, I feel how precious and fragile our lives are. Even if people survive a nuclear bomb, radiation destroys their body system and poisoning the next generation. I have lived in New York City for more than 20 years. One of the great things about living here is knowing people who passionately believe in peace without boundaries. We care, we act, we speak out for peace. I hope New York City will set the standard for nuclear abolition. As the Manhattan Project started here, we are, as a residents of New York City, should take action to end that deadly weapon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You get an A for staying in your time frame, which is great, and we really deeply appreciate all of you coming in and providing us with this testimony. Thank you very, very much. Okay, Frida Berrigan. Kings Bay. Can't make out the last word, I'm sorry. Elizabeth McAllister from Kings Bay also. Amanda Delosio, the Catholic worker. And Joanne Kennedy, representing Martha Hennessy. And by the way, if you have written testimony and you want to give it to the Sergeant at Arms, they'll pass it out to us here. If you have written testimony but didn't make copies, you can always submit them to us at the council as well. We're going to get you the email address as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for
somebody
this.
Missing.
Oh. Amanda's missing. Joanne Kennedy is speaking on behalf of Amanda.
Okay, but there's one other I thought.
Oh,
Sorry,
Carmen Trotta is also not able to be here today.
Okay, all right, so we just want to make sure we have the right cards for the right people.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so begin, please.
Okay, great.
Okay, we'll do one more, I'm sorry. Berry Reardon?
Betty.
Betty, I'm sorry. International Institute on Peace and Education?
Joanne, you want some water? Hot water. Brendan. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Hi, Betty. Good to see you.
Just make sure that the red light is on for
Okay, we're all set?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Frida Berrigan, and I've come to speak briefly about the importance of this resolution as one more tool in the critical work for nuclear abolition. And I thank the city councilors and all of the activists who have worked on this forum. So thank you so much. As the daughter of anti-nuclear activists Philip Berrigan and Elizabeth McAllister, who's here next to me, I was chastised as a teenager for wanting to go to the movies when the doomsday clock was at 3 minutes to nuclear midnight. And as others have said here today, we know that that clock has moved, and it's now just 100 seconds to nuclear midnight, shorter than the length of time that I'll be speaking before all of you. And so in the face of this imminent and existential threat, we need every effort, every gong, every alarm, in every tool in our toolbox. My mother, Elizabeth McAllister, is here. She, along with 6 friends, are awaiting sentencing for their part in the Kings Bay Plowshares, a nonviolent disarmament action of Trident submarines in the state of Georgia. This is also an attempt to sound the alarm, to take responsibility for nuclear weapons, to say, not in our name. As this resolution says, not with New York dollars. At 100 seconds to midnight, my own children, 13, 7, and 5, are the crosshairs of these nuclear nightmares. My mother here is looking at 2 years in prison at the age of 80. At the age of 80, she's risking the rest of her life for nuclear disarmament. And if that's not an alarm that we need to heed, I don't know what is. So thank you.
So along with friends, I went to Kings Bay in Georgia, and we hammered on a nuclear submarine, and we were arrested. I did about a year and a half in the local jail in Kings Bay, Georgia, before one day they said, pack it up, and I was released, but only to face trial. One of the 6 of us who did this action, a Jesuit priest by the name of Steve Kelly, remains in jail in Georgia because he will not cooperate with release conditions. The rest of us, along with him, are all awaiting sentencing. So we're looking at something like 6 to 10 years, which is a possibility. Mostly, I want to come here and ask for your prayer and your concern for Steve, because I spent a year and a half in that jail before they released me on personal recognizance. They will not release Steve Kelly on personal recognizance because he will not agree to their conditions. So I don't know if you've heard about this, but I think it's important that people know that there are folks who are in prison and in jail and looking at years in jail for the sake of a disarmed country, a disarmed world. And there are. And I'm glad. And I'm proud to be part of it.
Thanks so much, Liz. So my name is Joanne Kennedy. I'm going to be reading a letter from Martha Hennessy, who's one of Liz's co-defendants, who couldn't be here today. So here's what Martha says. I only fixed her grammar a tiny bit, so don't tell her, but I'm the editor of The Catholic Worker. I can't help myself. And a big thanks to Danny Drum for all this work. We really appreciate it. All right. She says, "Dear esteemed New York City Council, thank you very much for your critical work for nuclear abolition. I send my apologies for not being able to attend this event in person. I am Martha Hennessy. I'm part of the New York Catholic Worker Movement and the Kings Bay Plowshares communities, and I'm currently awaiting sentencing for our conviction in the nonviolent disarming action that took place on April 4th, 2018 at the Naval Station in Kings Bay, Georgia. I understand the sacrifice that each of us must make in our work for nuclear disarmament, and I send my gratitude to all of you who are involved in this effort as we drift ever closer to nuclear annihilation. We need resolutions, actions, divestments, boycotts, people in the streets, economic shutdowns, and all of the rest to make our voices heard. The governmental/corporate profiteers will not let go of their schemes unless we make them. And it can begin with initiatives such as this public hearing and resolutions put forth by local governments. We can no longer bear the risks and unsustainable costs of our nuclear arsenal, which is both immoral and illegal. Let's take back our money and resources and apply them to the needs that cry out around the country and the world. We no longer consent to a vision of a future that could bring horror on the heads of all humanity. No, thank you.
My name is Betty Reardon.
The mic.
I have, this one, okay. There we go. I'm Betty Reardon, founder of the International Institute on Peace Education. First, I want to thank the City Council for this hearing because it's a clear demonstration that at least some elements in our government still listen to the electorate and pay attention to the concerns of the citizens. It's the younger citizens that I'm most concerned about and why I want to see you pass this legislation and this proposition. I'm speaking as a teacher who learned the skills of the profession, being challenged every day by 13 to 16-year-olds who wanted me to help them to become responsible citizens. Just as the young people today are asking adults now to be responsible citizens, all of us have a responsibility to meet that challenge and to do everything in our power to assure their futures, and to listen to the demands they are making. Demands for a future held hostage by the greed and power of future-blind leadership that pretends to turn a deaf ear to their rightful demands, refusing to acknowledge the truth about nuclear weapons that these youngsters know. They are omnicidal, they are illegal, and they are immoral. I want to speak to the immorality, particularly the moral context in which we now raise the young, the demoralizing social and emotional climate, and the lessons in social ethics arising from the possession and potential use of the weapons. The young whom we hope to educate to construct an alternative to the present nuclear armed security system are enveloped in cynicism and fear that pervades and sustains this system. We see it in their attitudes and their behaviors. They are coming of age with few political constraints on behaviors. Do I have to stop?
No, you can continue.
Thank you. They are coming of age with few social and political strains on behaviors that place self-interest over any commitment to the welfare of the larger community, in which the use of the weapons becomes ever more possible. Many blatantly resist and reject authority. Some question the kind of national security system and its weapons, the kind of security, this national security system and its weapons of mass destruction provide for their generation. Why not live only for self? How can they care for and respect others when their country is prepared to wipe millions off the face of the earth in the name of a national security that manifests little care for their futures or their daily well-being? Why delay any available immediate satisfaction to prepare for a future so uncertain? Please think of these despairing questions as you deliberate on the proposition and the bill. But think also of the youth who challenge rather than reject authority, demonstrating by the thousands they know the risks that knowledge dictates to conscience. They speak truth to power. Let us all manifest similar courage to face truth and act accordingly. During the early 1980s, when nuclear weapons and their consequences were part of the popular discourse, teachers were at pains to keep children from the destructive fear that had produced nightmares in some. It is recounted that one little boy sought to assure his classmates that it would be okay because his parents were doing something about it. May there be a day when the children of this city's schools can say, it will be okay. Our city council did something about it. Thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you very much to this panel. And just before you leave, I just want to say how impressed I am and how grateful I am and how lucky I felt to be able to stand on the steps with you today at the press conference. And of course to Ms. Reardon and to Ms. Kennedy, thank you very much. But to Philip Berrigan's daughter as well, thank you so much for being here and how much I admire the work that your father did. It was just absolutely incredible, of course, throughout the whole Vietnam War and the 60s, as well as Elizabeth McAllister. I'm very, very pleased and grateful that you came in today. It's been 50, 60 years of activism, so this is not just a one-time thing. You have been fighting for peace and justice in this world for many, many years. Thank you for coming today. Okay, our next panel is William Hartung, Blaise Dupay, Mary Yelencia, Yelenik, and Brendan Fay.
Is everyone here? Is everyone here? That was 4.
Yeah, 4. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're ready when you are. You want to start over here?
Yes, I'll be brief because we have no choice. My name is William Hartung. I work at the Center for International Policy. I'm an expert on nuclear weapons, the arms trade, and Pentagon spending. I'm a Manhattan resident and a constituent of Councilmember Helen Rosenthal. I think what we're doing today is one of the most important things we can do to build a grassroots movement to put an end to nuclear weapons. Short of hiding the nuclear button from Donald Trump, I can't think of anything more important that we could be doing today. Passing the resolutions before you will put New York City in the leadership role in reducing the danger of nuclear war, also freeing up funds for desperately needed programs for housing, education, and environmental protection. And we'll be joining a growing international consensus for eliminating nuclear weapons before they eliminate us. This is an issue for everyone. A full-scale nuclear exchange would end life on this planet. Even a so-called limited nuclear war could put 2 billion people at risk of famine. So we don't leave it to experts to decide or one level of government to decide. It's up to all of us. particularly when you think that some of the experts are funded by the nuclear weapons industry. So not only lives are at stake, but huge amounts of money. The Pentagon wants to spend $1.5 trillion on nuclear weapons over the next decade, a waste of money that will make the world a far more dangerous place. And there's a long, honorable history of states taking the lead on issues like ending the apartheid regime in South Africa, on issues like promoting the nuclear freeze campaign in the 1980s. And I think in the case of New York City, we are a leader of the world. I think people look to us for guidance on many issues. So I think, are we to pass these and with the cooperation of the administration, carry forward faithfully these resolutions, I think there'll be a ripple effect all over the country and all over the world that would make a huge difference. So I thank you for taking your leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi. My name is Blaise Dupuis. I'm here today as a lifetime New York resident and asking the council to support the resolution 976 and introduction 1621. My hero, Dr. Martin Luther King, spoke about the fierce urgency of now, and there are no better words to describe where we find ourselves today regarding the threats of nuclear war and the survival of our planet. While our federal government is in complete crisis, with the executive branch starting a new arms race, it is our city on the front line of any potential conflict that has to step up and show leadership, have vision, and moral clarity of who we are and where we need to go. And I applaud the City Council for showing that leadership in this legislation that is before us today. I was born in New York City and grew up on 22nd Street in Chelsea in the 70s and 80s, and I was shocked to learn only recently that on 20th Street, over 300,000 pounds of uranium was stored during the 40s for the Manhattan Project, and that site was not remediated until the early 1990s. Over 50 years it sat radioactive. The Intro 161 gives us an opportunity to create curriculum for our schools so that children can learn about our history, and we can make sure that the remediation was complete and that all the other sites that have radioactivity have been cleaned up. With the passing of adoption of the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, we finally have a law that puts the reality that these weapons are immoral instruments of omnicide that have no legitimate use and threaten the survival of life on Earth every minute of every day. While we continue to work for that goals, we have a federal government that, and we work to get a federal government that recognizes this reality and signs and ratifies the treaty. We cannot wait for that eventuality. We must put pressure on the corporations that profit from the manufacture of these weapons and make it untenable for them to continue business as usual. By divesting the city pension fund from these corporations, we send a powerful message to the country and the world that New York will not stand idly by. We will not have our money invested in our own destruction. Please pass these vital pieces of legislation and show that New York City has the moral leadership to overcome the blind militarism that has taken us to this brink. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Jelinek. I'm a New Yorker, an attorney, and the main representative of the NGO delegation to the United Nations of Pax Christi International, a global Catholic peace movement active in more than 60 countries around the world and with a very strong and active presence here in New York City. It has been 75 years since the United States plunged the world into the unspeakable horrors of nuclear weapons. We at Pax Christi, too, were founded 75 years ago and have worked tirelessly since that time, including as a longtime member of ICAN, to abolish those horrific weapons. Symbolically and in solidarity with the Hibakusha, Pax Christi will be holding our own 75th anniversary World Assembly this May in Hiroshima. Pax Christi salutes and strongly supports and thanks the New York City Council for your pending initiatives regarding the prohibition of nuclear weapons in New York and in the pension holdings of New York City public employees. It's very fitting that New York take a lead in this for reasons that other people have articulated. By hosting the United Nations, New York has already played a key role in the evolution and adoption of the landmark treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. And we New Yorkers who lived here on 9/11 will never forget the mass deaths, and destruction at the site of the World Trade Centers, caused by a relatively low-tech assault. New Yorkers understand how incapable we would be of responding to a nuclear explosion. The magnitude of devastation of life and infrastructure would be beyond any capacity to address. You on the New York City Council recognize this horrific reality, and thank you for that. These two important legislative initiatives are necessary, and we support you. You are taking a critical step toward ensuring that the unthinkable remains just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Brendan.
My name is Brendan Fay, and I am with the New York City Divest campaign and St. Pat's for All. I urge all members of the New York City Council to support and pass the legislation to divest New York City pensions from nuclear weapons production and support the global movement for nuclear disarmament. I was a teenager in Ireland when I first learned about the horrors of August 1945 bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki from the women of Greenham Common and leaders of the Irish campaign for nuclear disarmament. This awakening in me as a teenager to the horror and presence of nuclear bombs and their threat to the human family has never left me since that early awakening. Indeed, I was only left with a sense of the human responsibility not to be indifferent. To become aware that in minutes our beautiful and evolved world could be destroyed by nuclear war as governments were investing millions of hard-earned workers' wages and human resources challenged me and others to become active in the movements for nuclear disarmament. So it's with gratitude I am present with you, members of the New York City Council, and my friends in the New York advocacy movement and leaders of the global movement. I'm proud to be with you today. Today we speak with our human hearts for peace and call upon and support our political leaders to divest New York City pensions from these weapons of death. Indeed, let us invest instead in the hard work of peacemaking and human development. Invest in our children's future, all children. Have they not got a right to a future of peace, a world free of nuclear weapons? Every dollar invested in nuclear weapons is taken from resources desperately needed for healthcare, for the child with sickle cell, with cancer, schools, housing, food for the hungry. Echoing leading New Yorkers who before us spoke out, from Bella Abzug, Bayard Rustin, Dorothy Day, and right here in this chamber, Paul O'Dwyer, may future generations say of all of us, we too spoke up. This afternoon, let the message go from us in this City Hall be loud and clear. No more investing in weapons of mass destruction. And because we care for life in our city and our world, we love our earth and our children, we unite as citizens with you political leaders and take this stand to preserve peace for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel. Thank you to Brendan in particular for the introduction to Kathleen Sullivan. I really appreciate that, and for getting me on board of this and making me aware of everything that's going on. Thank you. Thank you very much. And by the way, we've had over 35 or so tweets. So if you tweet and you want to tweet about the hearing today, that would be great. Keep it going. Let everybody know what we're doing here today. Our next panel is Maura Keeney from Amalgamated Bank. I haven't seen Maura in a long time. Alice Slater, World Beyond War. Ray Atchison, Women's International League for Peace and Justice, I think? Freedom. I'm sorry, for Peace and Freedom. And Jacqueline Cabasso from Mayors for Peace.
Good afternoon. Thank you, council members, for your interest in this important issue. I'm Maura Keeney. I'm a first vice president with Amalgamated Bank. Amalgamated is a nearly 100-year-old financial institution formed here in New York City in 1923 by the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union. At the time, workers were unable to bank at big commercial banks. Not like it was a bad experience and they didn't feel that they were getting appropriate service, which is important, but actually they couldn't open accounts. So the union formed a bank, giving its members and their family members a way to save, to build credit, to send money home to their families at that time in Eastern Europe, and to borrow when they were able to build their own small businesses. As the labor movement grew and those union members' families grew, so did the bank. We're still headquartered in New York City. We're chartered by New York State, but we're national in our client profile. We have clients in 48 states. We bank for progressive individuals, many of the people here today. We offer consumer savings and checking accounts and home mortgages. But on the commercial side, we specialize in banking for, lending to, and investing for socially responsible businesses and nonprofit organizations like Planned Parenthood, Color of Change, the Sierra Club, SEIU, the Transgender Legal Defense and Education Fund, and hundreds of others. We also bank for much of the Democratic Party and many New York City candidates and elected officials. The union that formed us is still our largest single shareholder, and we are committed through that relationship to continuing our progressive stance on issues. We're the first bank to pay our employees then $15 an hour, now $20 an hour. We were the first bank to accept NYC ID as a form of primary means of opening an account. And we are the first bank to endorse the UN Principles for Responsible Banking. We, as a financial institution, are also committed to ending financial support for companies involved in firearms and weapons production and distribution. We don't bank for or lend to firearms manufacturers or weapons production companies. On the investment front, we don't invest any of the bank's money in weapons manufacturers, and we offer our investment management clients, whether they're individual consumers or commercial businesses or organizations, the opportunity to ensure their money is not invested in defense companies or gun sellers. When New York City pension funds are being invested without consideration to weapons, you're supporting with those dollars the operations of these businesses. As a city resident, as a former city employee with a city-managed 401k and hopefully someday a city pension if I come back and work for the city, I don't want my money backing up those destructive businesses. But beyond my personal interest, New York City has an abiding interest and responsibility to ending violence and war. It's not good for our citizens, for our economy, or our environment. We have a history in New York, as many have referenced, to pursuing what's right through shareholder action, the McBride Principle, South Africa investment, divestment. We've used our pension power to make change before. We can continue to be a leader by pushing other governments to do the same. And I can say from the bank's perspective and from a purely fiduciary perspective, investing in this industry is not lucrative, nor is it low risk. In fact, similar to carbon divestment, we see portfolios with weapons screened out performing as well or better than those without the screening. New York's fiduciary responsibility to its employees, current, future, and retired, can continue to be met without investing in companies involved in weapons production or maintenance. Amalgamated Bank thanks you, Councilmember, for your leadership on this issue and encourage you to pass the resolution and introduction.
Thank you, Maura, and I know you have to run, so if you want to run, run. But we appreciate your efforts on this piece of legislation, and also I am very grateful to you for what you do with IDNYC. That was my legislation as well, so thank you to Amalgamated Bank. Thank you very much.
We love it and happy to do more, and you should make the city only invest city dollars in banks that use IDNYC.
I'm working on that.
I know you
working on that. I'm working on that. Yes, we all are. And I just want to remind everybody, please keep it to the 2 minutes because we have so many people who want to give testimony. Thank you.
Oh, my name's Alice Slater. I just want to thank you for this wonderful initiative and proceeding. I'm on the board of World Beyond War and a UN rep at for the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. And I'm just so grateful to the council for stepping up to the plate and taking historic action to finally ban the bomb. I was born in the Bronx and went to Queens College when tuition was only $5 a semester. In the 1950s, during the terrible Red Scare of the McCarthy era. At the height of the Cold War, we had 70,000 nuclear bombs on the planet. There are now 14,000, with about 13,000 in the US and Russia. The other 7 nuclear-armed countries have only 1,000 among them. So it's really up to us in Russia to move first to negotiate for their abolition as outlined in the new treaty. At this time, none of the nuclear weapon states and our US partners in NATO, Japan, Australia, and South Korea are supporting the new treaty. It may really surprise you to know that Russia has generally been the eager proposer of treaties for verified nuclear missile disarmament, and sadly, it is our country in the grip of the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned against that provokes a nuclear arms race with Russia from the time Truman rejected Stalin's request to put the bomb under UN control, to Reagan, Bush, Clinton, and Obama rejecting Obama and Putin proposals that is documented in my submitted testimony, to Trump walking out of the INF Treaty just recently. Walt Kelly, the cartoonist of the Pogo comic strip, during the 1950s Red Scare has Pogo saying, "We met the enemy and he is us." We now have a breakthrough opportunity for global grassroots actions in cities and states to reverse course from plummeting our Earth into catastrophic nuclear disaster. At this moment, there are 2,500 nuclear-tipped missiles in the US and Russia targeting all of our major cities. As for New York City, as the song goes, if we can make it here, we'll make it anywhere. And it's wonderful and inspiring that a majority of this city council is willing to add its voice for a nuclear-free world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Ray Atchison, and I'm with the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, as well as the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. It's unfortunate that the folks from the mayor's office left, because I do indeed have the Nobel Peace Prize that we could have shown to them, but anybody who wants to support the legislation can absolutely have your photo taken with this later on. But I also wanted to comment on some of what the mayor's office was saying this morning, because I think it's important for our discussion. This is really both an international and a domestic issue. I think that is irrefutable. And when the federal government won't stand up for our safety and security, we need to do it at all other levels of government that we possibly can. The idea that we don't have the appropriate interagency or public coordination or expertise capacity within our offices can't be an excuse for not doing anything. To say that we don't have capacity is to say that things have to just stay the same. And this is the exact same mentality of why we have nuclear weapons all these years later, knowing exactly what they do to human bodies and to the environment. It's this idea that we still have to have them. We're told this is just the way the world is, this is how things work, and that we need them for our security. And we're told all this by the people and the companies that profit from these weapons. The rest of the world, well, not all of the rest of the world, but a lot of the rest of the world, 122 countries at least, have rejected this kind of mentality by voting for the adoption of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons in 2017. And this treaty is really a rejection of this idea that might makes right, or that we can only achieve our security through massive radioactive violence. This is really not the way things are, and it's not something we should accept, and it's not something that New York City should accept, ever. And as Councilmember Rodriguez said, we need to reject nuclear weapons, not just in word, but in action, that New York City needs to be a progressive city in everything that it does, and it can do that by endorsing the Nuclear Ban Treaty, divesting from nuclear weapons, and setting up the advisory committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Cabasso, and I serve as North American Coordinator of Mayors for Peace. I speak today in support of Intro 1621 and Resolution 976 on behalf of Mayors for Peace, and it is my honor to convey warm greetings from Mayor Kazumi Matsui of Hiroshima, the President of Mayors for Peace. Mayors for Peace was launched in 1982 by the mayors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It has grown to nearly 8,000 member cities in 163 countries, including 218 U.S. members. The U.S. Conference of Mayors, or USCM, the nonpartisan association of 1,400 American cities with populations over 30,000, has unanimously adopted ever stronger Mayors for Peace-sponsored nuclear disarmament resolutions for 14 consecutive years. Directly relevant to Res 976 is its 2016 resolution in which the USCM commends Mayor Denise Simmons and the Cambridge City Council for demonstrating bold leadership at the municipal level by unanimously deciding on April 2nd, 2016, to divest their $1 billion city pension fund from all companies involved in production of nuclear weapons systems and in entities investing in such companies. Relevant to both bills, the USCM calls on member cities to take action at the municipal level to raise public awareness of the humanitarian impacts and financial costs of nuclear weapons, the growing dangers of wars among nuclear-armed states, and the urgent need for good faith U.S. participation in negotiating the global elimination of nuclear weapons. One example among many is planting seedlings of A-bomb trees. And I note that New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, though not a member of Mayors for Peace, was a co-sponsor of this resolution. In its 2018 resolution, the USCM urges the United States government to embrace the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons as a welcome step towards negotiation of a comprehensive agreement on the achievement and permanent maintenance of a world free of nuclear weapons. Just a couple sentences. Intro 1621 would establish an advisory committee to examine nuclear disarmament and nuclear weapons-free zone. The commissioner of the mayor's office on international affairs would serve as chair, and I wish the city was here to hear me say that Mexico City, a vice president city of Mayors for Peace, the International Affairs Department handles matters of nuclear disarmament. In any case, 3 members of the advisory committee would be appointed by the mayor. This makes it all the more natural for Mayor de Blasio to join Mayors for Peace. He has been personally invited by the mayors of both Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and I would publicly like him to invite him again to join. Hiroshima is prepared to welcome New York City to Mayors for Peace by offering to plant an A-bomb sapling at a mutually agreed location in New York, and I invite you to read my written testimony for more in-depth information and analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to see the mayor sign on to that as well. So, good. Thank you. Yes, give me a package. Next, Seth Sheldon from ICAN. Raymond Black from ICAN. Elaine Scara. And Jamie Bauer. Yeah, I think so. Seth, do you want to start?
Sure. My name is Seth Sheldon, and I am the United Nations liaison for ICAN, winners of that Nobel Peace Prize that Ray Atchison has just displayed for you. But before and above any of that, I'm a New Yorker. I was born and raised in Canarsie. I went to PS 279, IS 239 in Brooklyn, then Stuyvesant. Today, I'm a law professor at CUNY School of Law. My whole family, since my grandparents emigrated here, have been artists and public school teachers in this city. I know about New York, I care about New York. In my written submission, I'm detailing the merits of Reso 976 and Intro 1621. I was planning to focus on just one aspect of those bills, but even if it cuts short my time, I want to start by saying that I am disappointed to hear what Moya had to open with, their demurrance on 1621 based on capacity and scope. Their excuse is not commensurate with the dire threat of this issue. And it is so obvious that these bills are intended to address issues both domestic and international that I suppose it's fine I only have 2 minutes to say that because it is really that obvious. And this will be even more true as international law continues to develop, including with the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. But I wanted to focus with the remaining time on the ICAN Cities Appeal component of Resolution 976 because as ICAN's UN liaison, I work closely with governments that are evaluating their country's plans regarding the TPNW. And so I can testify firsthand how, by declaring its support for the treaty, New York City can advance adherence while also advancing global disarmament norms in general. The ICAN Cities Appeal counters a frequent argument we hear from nuclear-armed governments that their citizens are protected by nuclear weapons and that they want them. There's only a few countries that argue this, but the US is one of them. And in fact, the day the treaty was adopted by a solid majority of the world, the US even asserted that we do not intend to ever become a party to it, ever. All New Yorkers should be offended by this anti-democratic argument that the Trump administration speaks for generations not even yet born. The ICAN Cities Appeal provides a powerful rebuttal. New York's going to join other American cities from DC to LA, together with hundreds of cities around the world that have already endorsed the treaty in this manner. This encourages countries to sign and ratify as it moves toward entry into force. And it makes sense for cities to speak up, because after all, nuclear weapons don't target soldiers on battlefields, they target civilians in cities like this one. Local governments have a big role to play, especially ours, given New York's legacy. Nuclear weapons are a New York problem, and these bills offer a New York solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Black. I'm an attorney, an activist, a member of ICAN, and a representative of the activist group Rise and Resist, which has co-endorsed and sponsored this legislation in today's press conference. I've also been a proud New Yorker for 30 years. And I ask you, I implore you to pass both these bills. New York has a unique responsibility, as others have said, since the Manhattan Project began here. But if a nuclear weapon explodes over our city, instantaneously, 8 million women, men, and children are extinguished. All of the vegetation, all of the animals, all of the art in our museums, all of our architecture, all of it is gone. It's gone forever. Human beings have continuously inhabited the island that we're gathered on today for 3,000 years. If a nuclear weapon explodes over New York City, it is as if those 3,000 years never happened. And the carcinogens and the nuclear fallout that will hang over the city will exist for far more than the 3,000 years that human beings have made their lives on the island of Manhattan. The only issue more crucial than combating climate change for the survival of human beings on our dear and fragile planet Earth is the abolition of all nuclear weapons. As a member of the activist community here in New York City, I promise you that we will be back on this issue and do whatever it takes to get these bills passed. And I thank you so much for the leadership you're taking today.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Elaine Scarry. I'm a professor at Harvard and the author of a book called Thermonuclear Monarchy, which shows that nuclear weapons and governance are mutually exclusive. I'm not a citizen of New York, but I'm a soulmate of New York, as I think everyone in the United States is. Nuclear architecture has two extreme features. The first is the level of injury. We know from the most recent work on nuclear winter that if even a tiny percentage of the current arsenal is used, not 1%, but 0.03%, 44 million people will be casualties, and 1 billion people will die within the first month. Nuclear weapons have eliminated the capacity for self-defense, the right of self-defense, which underlies all our other rights. It's also eliminated the capacity for mutual aid. The International Red Cross has said that if even a single city is hit, their worldwide resources can't help. But there's a second feature of nuclear weapons, and that is that this level of injury is brought about by a single person. The nuclear architecture arranges for a single person to bring about this genocidal level of injury. In our own country, that's the president acting alone with no consultation or breaking power provided by the citizenry or Congress or the courts or even by his cabinet. And as we know from former missile launch officer Bruce Blair, that presidential launch order is only the length of a single tweet. Both of these features are wildly illegal. International law completely outlaws the level of suffering I've described. National law, the Constitution, completely outlaws having an arrangement for war that lets a single person with no testing by the population or the Congress injure a foreign population. We need to honor both our national laws and our international laws by eliminating these weapons as quickly as possible. And the Resolution 976 and Bill 1621 are a strong step in that direction.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you, and I'd also like to thank the other panelists for providing their eloquent testimony. I'm Jamie Bauer. I'm a native New Yorker, and I retired from New York City Transit in 2014 after 33 years of service. I'm a civil engineer and an urban planner. I purposefully picked a socially responsible career that allowed me to serve the public and the city that I love. There is nothing that makes a retiree happier than getting that NYSERS check the first of every month. I live on my pension, and when inflation eats away at it, I will supplement it with the savings from my 401k and 457. New York City Transit provides a really good standard of living. But unlike my 401k and 457, which are invested in socially responsible funds, I have no control over the money in the pension system, money that I contributed. There is no way that I would invest my money in nuclear weapons production, and I implore you to pass Res 976 so that New York City will divest public employee pension funds from companies involved in nuclear weapons production and maintenance. Thank you.
I have a quick question, because and if you could make it real quick, because we have a lot of people. You know, the other side will ask the question, well, if we get rid of all of the atomic bombs that we own here in the United States, that we possess, then that would give a military edge to the enemies. How would you answer that?
I would answer it by saying that we should see that most other countries are way in advance of the United States in stepping forward. Even North Korea testified in 1995 at the International Court of Justice that nuclear weapons should be designated illegal. At that time, North Korea and India didn't have nuclear weapons, but they said if the United States doesn't get rid of them, we have to. Also, with this new treaty going through the UN, the single nuclear state that stepped forward to support it was North Korea, and they didn't sustain that support, but they, at least initially, saw the wisdom of it. So we need to wake up to the fact that most other countries, and certainly the citizenry of other countries, are at least as eager as the citizenry of this country to eliminate nuclear weapons.
Thank you.
I can add, too, that you know, as a New Yorker, when I hear something like that, it reminds me a lot of the argument that the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And we've had a lot to say about that type of argument in New York. It doesn't make sense to us. We've internationally had an easy time saying that other weapons of mass destruction aren't something we should build to maintain a competitive advantage. We've gotten rid of chemical weapons and biological weapons by similar treaties. There's no reason that we should hold all weapons of mass destruction illegal other than the most destructive ones. It boggles the mind that anyone would make that argument and succeed.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now our next panel is Jonathan Guanoff. Sorry, Jonathan. Michael Lent, Tom Gogan, and Robert Kroonquist. All right, let's start over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Jonathan Granoff, and I'm the Senior Advisor to the Committee on National Security of the International Law Section of the American Bar Association. I am also the United Nations representative of the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates. I'm here on behalf of MOVE, the Nuclear Money Initiative, and I'm the president of the Global Security Institute. And I wanted to say that I had a speech prepared, and I've given my remarks to you in writing, but the commissioner's comments, particularly her shocking ignorance of the very fact that the first resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations was to get rid of weapons of mass destruction, naming atomic weapons, that there is an existing international legal obligation under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty to negotiate the elimination of nuclear weapons, and the Prohibition Treaty is a step to fulfill that obligation. Her ignorance that the Sustainable Development Goals that she's committed to advancing, number 16 of those Sustainable Development Goals, specifically calls for fulfillment of the rule of law and accountability at all levels of government, including the City of New York, including the government of the United States, and including all governments in the world. All of those reasons are exactly why we need an advisory committee to advise her on going forward in an effective way. She made the case for us. And therefore, and then the only other hurdle that she laid out was economic and administrative. And I can see in this very room, we have experts of international law, we have experts in science, we have experts in geopolitics, we have experts in gender equity and women's rights, children's rights, education. Every one of those issues that she says is in her mandate, we could get for free. And to say that there aren't resources. The only resource standing in the way of getting rid of nuclear weapons is emotional, spiritual, and political will. And that's why these two resolutions are so important, because they express the will of the conscience of humanity. And if the people of New York, the first duty of this committee, the commission, I believe, is to educate the people of New York on the truth that we sit here under threat with this cloud and this sword over our heads for no good reason, number one. Number two, $1.7 trillion is a theft from the people, from schools, hospitals, roads, and real security. If the people knew, their conscience would act. And the first mandate of this initiative is to use the amazing resources of New York as a place of communication. Geneva did this, and the city of Geneva did this in 1985, and out of that came a nuclear war can never be won and therefore must never be fought. Geneva became a beacon for the world. New York should be a beacon for the world. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Michael Lent. I'm the Chief Investment Officer and founding partner of Veris Wealth Partners. I want to thank the Council for inviting me to speak and supporting and providing testimony regarding Resolution 976 and Bill 1621. Veris is an independent national wealth management firm providing impact investing solutions for endowments, foundations, and families. I've been a wealth manager providing positive social and environmental portfolios for my clients since 1993. For the past 26 years, a significant number of my clients have been excluding the largest nuclear weapons, components, and systems manufacturers from their portfolios, often in combination with other exclusion screens. It has made little or no difference in the returns they received versus traditional portfolios that include manufacturers of nuclear weapons. The reason for this is that the number of securities excluded is small and their impact on portfolio returns is insignificant. One measure of the impact of exclusions on portfolio risk, and I'm going to be speaking now because a lot of the arguments against this are specifically with regards to how it would negatively impact the portfolio, is an impact called tracking area on removing nuclear weapons manufacturers. When you evaluate this in regards to a large global index, and we use one called the MSCI Country World Index, which includes over 2,800 stocks. What the research shows is that the tracking area created by excluding military weapons manufacturers which is a larger cohort of holdings, causes less than a 0.03 tracking area or variance from the index. Since nuclear weapons manufacturers are a smaller group, the tracking error created would be much smaller. From the standpoint of risk and return, this is a very small portfolio performance impact, but a very important social, environmental, and peace impact. Another issue that I would like to address, which I'm out of time, is what impact does a divestment have? I would argue that the level impact is a function of the ability of institutional investors, such as a New York City pension fund, to be a part of broadening the effort example to other investors. And the New York City pension fund would not be the first to divest. 2 of the top 5 global pension funds have divested, as have 21 other institutional investors. And we know from several experiences with other divestment movements that they can be powerful and create reputational and business risks for companies that do not change their business strategies. I urge New York City to adopt this resolution and contribute to a nuclear-free zone.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good afternoon. This is a wonderful opportunity to speak to you, and thank you, both Chair Drum and Chair Cabrera, for supporting this legislation, helping to put this forward. It is a wonderful opportunity for New York City to reinforce its longtime commitment as a nuclear-free city and to model an important resolution for the rest of the world. My name is Tom Gogan. I'm the interim chair of U.S. Labor Against the War New York City chapter. Included in some of our union affiliates are Professional Staff Congress, Public Sector Union, 1199, SEIU, private sector principally. We've long opposed massive U.S. spending on wars and on nuclear weapons. My written testimony goes into the horrors of the wars in the Middle East and the impact on our soldiers and frankly on all of us. With $3 trillion already spent for those wars, $6 trillion likely to be the long-term outcome in terms of caring for our veterans, for example. As the wars rage on, planetary nuclear disaster looms greater than ever. It's already been mentioned a couple of times, the doomsday clock reset to 100 seconds before midnight. We are in an incredibly dangerous moment in the history of the entire human race and of our planet. The USA holds by far the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons, the biggest nuclear cudgel. Therefore, it is up to us Americans to lead the world out of this nuclear morass. Yet we do the opposite. While scores of countries have voted to ban the bomb, our country leads the other major nuclear weapons holders by refusing to sign on. We simply must reverse course. It's been 50 years since our leaders signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. I will skip way ahead and conclude. Globally and locally, we need to build up, not tear down. Peace and nuclear disarmament start at home, city by city, country by country. Let's begin right here in New York City, a strategic withdrawal from this deadly enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
My name is Robert Kroonquist. I initially wanted to speak on the fiduciary responsibility to divest from nuclear weapons. Matthew Bolton, in a paper that is part of your portfolio of information, has written that beautifully in a paper called Risky Business, about how investing in nuclear weapons is not sound fiduciary responsibility. Instead, I'd really like to speak as how much I love this city and my love for this city. I taught at Jamaica High School in Queens for 20 years. I taught global literature and culture and advanced placement English. I taught students of all faiths and from all religions of the globe, students whose cultures have at one time or another been at war. Throughout, we found a common thread, a respect for life, for the mystery of creation, and for all that we care and share for the earth and one another. Among those students were two girls who crossed the Khyber Pass in Afghanistan on burros and came to become Doctors Without Borders. One was a girl whose mother sorted body parts from September 11th. Those girls at the end of the year thought they would be enemies because it was Afghanistan who caused that, and by the end they were friends and they loved one another. When we were advocating here on the steps of City Hall for this legislation, I came into council chambers at a stated meeting, and all of the council members of color came in with shirts that said Black Lives Matter and I Can't Breathe, and they said, I speak for someone who has lost their life to gun violence. Then the woman who gave the address lay on the floor and said, I can't breathe 11 times before she walked out. This is the New York City I love. These are the people that I'm doing this for. 20,000 students, 100,000 students, I don't know, I think it was 60,000 students marched around this City Hall in the student climate strike. It's for those students that I'm here. I know you're about to do the right thing. I know you're about to do what is responsible for me as a pension holder and for me as a teacher who loves my students and who loves this city. I thank you very much for being here and listening to us.
Thank you very much to this panel. We appreciate you coming in. Thank you very, very much. Okay, Susan Schnall, New York City Veterans for Peace, Thomas Dwyer, John Maragliano, and Tarak Kauf.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Schnall. I am currently president of New York City Veterans for Peace. I'm also an adjunct professor at New York University and a member of the New York City Pension Fund, for I worked for the New York City Public Hospitals for over 31 years. 50 years ago, I served this country as a nurse in the United States Navy, caring for the wounded who came home from war in Southeast Asia. I also protested United States involvement in that war and was court-martialed for my peace activities. Like many of us in Veterans for Peace, I've witnessed the pain, the horror of war, the destruction, the use of bombs, the use of chemical defoliants, the harm caused by our military and our government. Today, I am testifying in support of Resolution 976 and Intro 1621. Veterans for Peace is a member of the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. These represent organizations in 100 countries promoting adherence to and implementation of the United Nations Nuclear Weapon Ban Treaty. As a member of this coalition, Veterans for Peace is dedicated to pressuring the United States government to sign the treaty. For over 3 weeks in October 2019, I was on a peace trip to Japan, speaking to civil society organizations, academics, United States Navy, Japan Self-Defense Forces, and school children to apologize for my government having dropped nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Today, I come before the New York City Council and thank you for sponsoring these resolutions and introduction. I come in support to make New York City a nuclear-free city, as well as in support of Intro 1621, divestment of New York City pension funds currently invested in companies involved in nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons production and maintenance. For as I said, I'm also a member of the pension fund in New York City. The corporations manufacturing nuclear weapons are fueling the nuclear arms race for their own financial gain. They actively lobby their governments and their parliaments to continue allocating funds for nuclear weapons. And they support their think tanks and other public initiatives to promote the, quote, need for nuclear weapons maintenance, modernization, or expansion.
Can you just wrap up?
I am.
Okay.
We must become a life-affirming society instead of a death-enhancing culture. It is our responsibility, all of us, as citizens of the world who reside in New York City, to make our voices heard, to make our city and continue it as a nuclear-free zone. We thank you, our elected representatives, for hearing us to attempt to divest from those nuclear companies that make their profits on death and destruction. We thank you for listening to the people of New York City, to listening to us veterans who have served this country, and request that we divest from nuclear production industries. Thank you all for hearing us.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi there, my name is John Marigliano. They call me Johnny Brooklyn or Johnny Skates. I am a lifelong Teamster member, and I work for Local 814. I'm a foreman with Globe Storage and Moving. And I overheard that this meeting was happening at a party and was compelled to come because something has been bothering me for 30 years. I worked in the Baker and Williams warehouse for Globe. We leased that space for probably about 15 years in the late 80s and early 90s until they forced us out of our lease. How many times I was on the floors of the building. At some floors you could actually see the train tracks where the High Line now exists. And there were barrels everywhere, and we always wondered what was in those barrels. And the floor was made up of asphalt that, like it was on the street. And wherever the barrels sit, there was a big ring. There was warmth radiating from these barrels, and it was actually melted around. The asphalt was actually melted around the barrels. My boss was given a bonus to get us out of that building. If we could get out 6 months early, something was wrong, and we knew something was wrong for them to force us out that quickly. I have always wondered about the cancers that some of our members got, about what happened, what the future is, what those people walking on the High Line now, what the people that are in the galleries that are there now, how that neighborhood has changed so much, but still there are people that live there. There are human beings in this city that are exposed to things that they shouldn't be exposed to, and we cannot live. I hope that you will pass this so that that nobody is put in danger again like that. I didn't work there enough to be exposed in that way, or at least I don't think so. I don't know yet, but I'll never know what happened to some of those men, and if that was a cost, if that was part of it. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Turn this on. Is that the deal? Hi, my name is Tom Dwyer. I'm a retired insurance executive. I worked in the Wall Street the financial district of Manhattan all my working years, and just love New York, and I'm delighted to be at this hearing. I owe my presence here really to Anthony Donovan, who's here tonight and is connected with the Catholic Workers Movement. If it hadn't been for him, I wouldn't be here. He was aware of the fact that during my time in the Army during the 1950s, I was posted to the Atomic Energy Commission's testing site in Mercury, Nevada, and where I witnessed the explosion of atomic bombs. And so he felt that it would be of interest to the people coming to this hearing to hear from somebody who actually has seen an atomic bomb explode. So before I start, I'm just wondering, is there anyone else in this room who has seen one of these things actually blow up? Are there any? Because I'd be very interested as to whether I have any of my cohorts here.
Okay, well, it's an astounding, awesome, scary sight to see. I saw 11 of them in the spring of 1953. The background to it is that after I graduated from college in 1952, I was drafted into the Army, and the Korean War was on at the time, and sent to the Signal Corps photography school in Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, where I was given an extensive course in photography, particularly in processing films, and then was sent to the AEC's test site, and my assignment was to develop what were known as film badges. Film badges were essentially dental x-ray film that many of you may have seen or used when they were used. I don't think dentists use them anymore, but you used to put them in your mouth, and the x-ray machine was put up here, and after the x-rays went through, the doctor or the dentist could, when it was developed, the film was developed inside this, he could tell what was wrong with your tooth. Well, those same gadgets were also used to tell how much radiation those working at the test site received. And I processed them, and to just wind this thing up, as a result of being there, I saw these 11 atomic bombs explode, and it's horrifying to see. The blast is enormous. The light would blind you if you weren't watching it through goggles. So I wholly endorse the bills that are before the City Council here of New York to do everything we can to eliminate these horrible weapons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. My name's Tara Kauf. I'm a member of Veterans for Peace New York. Veterans for Peace is an international organization with many sister and brother chapters across the globe. I'm also a member of Veterans for Peace Ireland. I was born in New York. I spent most of my time here, but the last year I spent mostly in Ireland, including some time in Limerick Prison. The reason I was in Ireland was similar to why I'm here today. Ireland is supposed to be a neutral country. 82% of the people in Ireland believe in neutrality and want to see neutrality. The U.S. has been violating that neutrality at Shannon Airport since 2001, and actually before that. So I was invited with some of my fellow veterans to come to Ireland to stand with the Irish people and to expose this hypocrisy that is going on by the Irish government allowing the U.S. to do that. Now, there is a connection that we have two things hanging over our head. We have the threat of nuclear war, as had been stated, and also the environmental destruction, climate change that's going on. Both of these things are intimately connected. And one of the things I spoke about in Ireland when I wasn't in Limerick Prison, and actually I spoke about it in Limerick Prison too because they were interested, was the connection between these two factors, these two horrible factors hanging over our head, threatening destruction to all life on Earth. I'm talking about all life on Earth. One of these bombs goes off, and that's it. Okay? So I so applaud what you're doing. And like I said, 82% of the Irish people are in favor of neutrality, and I will bet you that 82% at least of New Yorkers would be in favor of the initiatives that you have courageously put forward. It is so important, and I thank you so much for doing this. And as far as the Gordian knot type of obstruction put forward before by the International Affairs Committee, we got to go past that. This has to be done. This is urgent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You must have known I was chair of the Irish caucus here in the City Council.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much to this panel. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Okay, Emily McGlair, Irina Conch. I hope I said it right. I apologize if I didn't. I think it's Shajila Kanwal. And Chin Wai Wong.
Because it's used, do you mind that we're only calling people four at a time?
Oh. Okay, so we're calling four at a time. Everybody's good, though. Fine. Would you like to start here? Yeah.
Dear Council and committee members, my name is Emily McGlone, Director of Peaceboat US, an organization working in collaboration with the United Nations and civil society towards peace and sustainability, with a strong commitment to disarmament education. I am honored to speak to you today and share my support for these proposals to divest from and avoid any financial exposure to companies involved in the production and maintenance of nuclear weapons, reaffirming New York City as a nuclear weapon-free zone and supporting the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. As an international NGO, we fully support Resolution 0976 and Introduction 1621, for it is not only a citywide declaration, but can also serve as an example for a nuclear-free world. With our office located in Manhattan, we are in favor of this nuclear disarmament legislation to let our home, New York City, shine as a role model for other major cities around the globe. Peace Boat is also a member of the International Steering Group of ICAN, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which was awarded the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize, as we saw today. We work together with the Hibakusha, atomic bomb survivors from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, on board our global voyages to raise awareness of the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons. As we know, the atomic bombings in Japan killed more than 200,000 people in 1945. Even today, the survivors continue to suffer diseases and health issues associated with exposure to ionizing radiation nearly 75 years later. Given that New York City started the nuclear age as a key node in the Manhattan Project, which developed the atomic bombs, we have a responsibility to work towards the total elimination of these weapons and to maintain our status as a nuclear weapon-free zone. Together with our partners here today, we support our council members and request that you align our city's financial power with our progressive values. Thank you very much for your consideration and the opportunity to support these historic resolutions today.
Dear committee, my name is Irina Chonch and I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Linda Chapman, the Associate Artistic Director of New York Theater Workshop and the founding president of Youth Arts New York. I grew up in Spokane, Washington, upwind from the Hanford nuclear plant on the Columbia River. I'm a two-time cancer survivor and have always suspected that Hanford site emission leaks, long suppressed from public discussion, may have had something to do with my disease. I'm writing on behalf of passing the legislation Resolution 976 on nuclear disarmament and Intro 621, a bill to create a nuclear disarmament and nuclear weapon-free zone advisory committee. New York City played a major role in developing the nuclear bomb. So as progenitor and now possible immediate target for nuclear attack, we have a special responsibility in putting a stop to the use of nuclear weapons. I came to New York City to pursue a career in the theater. New York City is the bastion of culture in US society. It is for this love and stewardship of human life itself that I want to rid the world of nuclear weapons. We must protect ourselves, nature, our theater, our music, and our art, since one nuclear bomb over New York would destroy everything and everyone we love. I would like to thank City Council members for being real leaders in taking responsibility where the federal government fails, by confronting the lie and reality of nuclear weapons, one local initiative at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please.
Hello, I'm Sajila Kanwal, and I'm reading the testimony on behalf of Yasuaki Yamashita, a survivor of Nagasaki atomic bomb. Over the course of 12 years, I have participated in an initiative called Hibakusha Stories, a program of Youth Arts New York. I have personally interacted with tens of thousands of New York City high school students, sharing my story so that they will take leadership in ridding the world of nuclear weapons. I, Yasuaki Yamashita, was a 6-year-old boy in Nagasaki when the atomic bomb fell. Normally, on a hot summer day, I would go out to the mountains with my friends of my age to catch dragonflies and cicadas. However, on this day, I was playing at home. Nearby, my mother was preparing the midday meal. Suddenly, at precisely 11:02, we were blinded with an intense light, like thousands of simultaneous flashes of lightning. My mother pushed me to the ground and covered me with her body. We heard that roar of great wind, and flying debris of the house collapsed on top of us. Then there was silence. The atomic bomb had turned the center of Nagasaki into an inferno of death and devastation. Communications and transportation were disrupted. There was no food in the city, and we were starving. 1 week after the explosion, we walked through the rubble of the city center where fires still burned on our way to the countryside, where relatives would share what little food they had. Later, I learned about the dangers of radiation that caused my father's death, and I witnessed the effects when I worked in the Nagasaki Atomic Bomb Hospital. It was very painful to see the survivors still suffering from the effects of burns and radiations. In 1968, I moved to Mexico. I have accepted many invitations to speak about my atomic bomb experience. I feel that it's important to keep alive the memory of the suffering, devastation, and death that nuclear weapons can cause, in the hope that no one will ever use them again. I worry because each year there are fewer and fewer people still alive who can speak about this memory from personal experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much also. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Chinwai Wong. I'm reading the testimony on behalf of Shigeko Sasamori, an atomic bomb survivor from Hiroshima. Over the course of 12 years, I have participated in hibakusha stories and interacted with thousands of New York City high school students, sharing my story so that they would take leadership in ridding the world of nuclear weapons. I was a 13-year-old student in Hiroshima, Japan, when the United States dropped the atomic bombs on my city. Hearing the sound of a plane, I looked up to see a B-29 flying overhead. Seconds later, I was knocked unconscious by the blast. When I came to, I was so badly burned that I was unrecognizable. I repeated my name and address over and over until I was finally found days later by my father. My friend, who was at my side when we looked into the sky, and many classmates who were there, died. Some, of course, survived, like me. 1/3 of my body was burned, all my face, neck, back, half of my chest, shoulders, arms, and both hands. It's a miracle to me. Years later, I traveled to the United States in 1955 as part of a group of young women known as the Hiroshima Maidens. While in New York, I underwent numerous plastic surgery operations and met my adoptive father, Dr. Norman Cousins. I have dedicated my life to making certain no one ever experiences what I experienced, and have traveled around the world telling my story and sharing my love. I have met thousands of New York City students who hugged me and gave me their love after my testimony. I love these children, and it breaks my heart that anything bad would ever happen to them. New York has always been a home to me, and I'm proud that the New York City Council is providing world leadership in ridding the world of nuclear weapons. No more war, no more Hiroshimas, no more Nagasakis. Thank you.
So can I just ask, how did you get the testimony of those two victims of the atomic bombing?
Sure. From Peace Boat US, we are in partnership with Hibakusha Stories and Youth Arts New York, and we work directly with, actually I know these survivors personally, who have traveled with us and spoken with us at many schools here in New York City. They sent us the testimonies personally.
So you met them?
These are our interns, and they're reading on behalf of the survivors.
And you met them?
I know them personally, yes.
That's really amazing. It's really important to hear that, too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last
Yeah, I know. Is that Lena Gurung?
Yes.
Okay, Lena.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lena Gurung, and I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Ms. Setsuko Turlo, who is a survivor of the atomic bomb in Hiroshima and recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017 with the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. Dear Council and committee members, as a 13-year-old schoolgirl, I witnessed my beloved city of Hiroshima burn in the heat of 4,000 degrees Celsius, turning into a place of desolation with heaps of rubble, skeletons, and blackened corpses everywhere. Of a population of 360,000, largely non-combatant women, children, and elderly, most became victims of the indiscriminate massacre of the atomic bombing. Even today, nearly 75 years later, people are still dying from the delayed effects of one atomic bomb, considered crude by the contemporary standards for mass destruction. Through months and years of struggle for survival, rebuilding lives out of the ashes, we survivors, or hibakusha, became convinced that no human being should ever have to repeat our experience, and that our mission is to warn the world about the reality of the nuclear threat and to help people understand the ultimate evil of nuclear weapons. When I co-accepted the Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons, I recall the words I heard when I was rescued from the rubble of a collapsed building in the ruins of Hiroshima. Don't give up, keep pushing, see the light, crawl towards it. This legislation, Resolution 976 and Intro 1621, is part of that light, the light for abolition. On behalf of the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all in the New York City Council who support this effort. I urge you to vote in favor of nuclear disarmament bills, to invest in New York City's future, and send a message to Washington, D.C. and the world to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the whole panel. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to 6. So, Sergeant, we're going to need 2 extra seats, if you can get that for us. Michi Takeuchi, Rosemary Pace, Anthony Donovan, Michael, I think Gorbachev? That's right. Yep. Sally Jones, and the Reverend T. Kenjitsu Nagagaki, who was here with us last week, giving the invocation in the City Council. So welcome back to the City Council. Okay, let's start over here.
Okay. Good afternoon, New York City Council members and fellow New Yorkers. My name is Michi Takeuchi. New York City has been my home for the past 40 years. This creative and energetic city has given me so much. I feel I owe it to this city. I owe it to share my story about my family who survived the atomic bombing in Hiroshima. My grandfather, Dr. Ken Takeuchi, was the founding president of the Red Cross Hospital in Hiroshima. On August 6, 1945, the first wartime use of an atomic bomb leveled my hometown, which had a mostly civilian population of 300,000. Although close to ground zero, the Red Cross Hospital withstood total destruction. The enormous blast caused a heavy door to fly off its hinges and knocked my grandfather unconscious. When he came to, he was unable to move due to broken bones all over his body. But far worse was what he saw: unimaginable suffering, dead bodies everywhere. It was complete chaos. The A-bomb indiscriminately destroyed everyone and everything in Hiroshima. Severely burned and injured people began streaming into the hospital, desperately looking for help. The surviving doctors and nurses did the best they could with no electricity and few medical supplies. That day, it is estimated that more than 72,000 people died. By the end of 1945, that deaths totaled over 140,000. The nuclear weapons we have today are 3,000 times more powerful than the ones dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If one of these modern weapons was used on New York City with 8.5 million people, it could cause a disaster of unprecedented scale and thrust the globe into an immediate climate crisis, killing millions more people worldwide. We cannot allow the same catastrophic fate of Hiroshima and Nagasaki to befall this city that we love so much. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Next, please.
My name is Rosemarie Pace. I'm director of Pax Christi, Metro New York, a region of the International Catholic Peace Movement. I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in support of Intro 1621 and Resolution 976. Since I represent the Catholic Peace Movement, my testimony is rooted in Catholic social teaching. Pretty much since the development of nuclear weapons, the Catholic Church has opposed them, recognizing them to be weapons of mass destruction, capable of destroying all life, all of God's creation. Just this past November, Pope Francis visited Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan, where in August 1945, the United States of America dropped the only nuclear weapons ever used in war. Much of my testimony will be the words of Pope Francis that he delivered on his historic trip. In Hiroshima, he said in part, "With deep conviction, I wish once more to declare that the use of atomic energy for purposes of war is today, more than ever, a crime, not only against dignity of human beings, but against any possible future for our common home. The use of atomic energy for purposes of war is immoral, just as the possessing of nuclear weapons is immoral. We will be judged on this. How can we speak of peace even as we build terrifying new weapons of war? How can we speak about peace even as we justify illegitimate actions by speeches filled with discrimination and hate? Indeed, if we really want to build a more just and secure society, we must let the weapons fall from our hands. A true peace can only be an unarmed peace." In Nagasaki, Pope Francis was even more specific. "We must never grow weary of working to support the principal international legal instruments of nuclear disarmament and nonproliferation, including the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons." He went on to address political leaders directly. "Convinced as I am that a world without nuclear weapons is possible and necessary, I ask political leaders not to forget that these weapons cannot protect us from current threats to national and international security. We need to ponder the catastrophic impact of their deployment, especially from a humanitarian and environmental standpoint, and reject heightening a climate of fear, mistrust, and hostility fomented by nuclear weapons." Pax Christi has made nuclear weapons abolition a cornerstone of its work since its beginning 75 years ago. In that context, I call on the New York City Council to pass Intro 1621 and Resolution 976. There is no time to lose.
Thank you. Next, please.
Dear members of the New York City Council, my name is Sally Jones. I'm the chair of Peace Action Fund of New York State, and I submit this testimony on behalf of Peace Action, an organization that began 57 years ago here in New York City as the Committee for a Sane Nuclear Policy. We have an office just a few blocks from here, Peace Action New York State, and my local chapter, Peace Action of Staten Island, is a short ferry ride across the harbor. Through my involvement with Peace Action over the last 18 years, I've learned about how present the danger is of nuclear war, nuclear accident, and how much damage just the building of nuclear weapons is doing around the globe. This damage extends to my hometown of Staten Island, where tons of uranium were stored under the Bayonne Bridge during World War II in a site which has still not been properly remediated. We are thankful to the organizers who worked so hard to bring this legislation to you, the City Council members, and made these hearings possible. I have a special thank you, she's not here, to my own representative, Council Member Debbie Rose of Staten Island, who is a co-sponsor. In 3 months, on April 24th and 25th, 800 Japanese, at least 800 Japanese, including survivors of August 6th and 9th of the atom bomb attacks, will be here in New York City, along with hundreds of international activists and people all around, and they'll be at Riverside Church. I want to welcome you, council members, to come to these events, and I think it would be a wonderful symbolic gesture for us to welcome the Japanese and the survivors with this legislation passed. Thank you very much.
Can you get me the details and send it to me? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. My name is Anthony Donovan. I love sitting here, and I'm looking at a great painting of George Washington and how he was fought against empire and how these nuclear weapons represent exactly that, putting this gun to people's heads. So God bless you. We're going to do our best to keep.
I got to tell you
that up.
something about that painting.
Yes.
Notice where the horse's behind is. I'll tell you what the painter thought of George Washington.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. And thank you so much, Councilmember Drum and Chairman Cabrera, for this precious moment and for everyone sticking it out today. It's very rare in our life that we get to do something that can save the world. I'd say it's pretty rare, right? You're doing it. You're doing it by this legislation. I want to share an experience that I had 4 years ago when I spent a week going into the offices of our representatives of our United States, every member of the Armed Service Committee, every member of our Appropriations Committee. These are the people responsible for our nuclear weapons. And I found out some really disturbing things. And this is after I did this documentary, which is unfortunate, but I found out they did not have an idea of what one bomb actually does. They hadn't thought about it. So I'm really proud to be with people who think about this. I'm a hospice nurse. I know what it takes to care for your mother, your child who's got cancer. I know how much energy it takes for one person. You can't even consider what this is. So they didn't know what one bomb does. The other thing is these are the people responsible. They had no idea what the cost was. They didn't know. They couldn't give me a figure. Oh, it's about, so wow, okay. So, and Councilmember Drum, you know that you have to be accountable and you need some transparency. You're a finance chair. Imagine our government not knowing the cost. And just quickly, what else I found out with them is they had no idea that 155 countries at that time were gathering to talk about this because they knew the nuclear states were just going along with the status quo. And later I found out the myth that they also kicked back with, well, our allies depend on us. Our allies really need us with these nuclear weapons. They don't. And I've been to Scotland, where 57 out of 59 Scottish members of Parliament say we want these weapons out. And I've been to Germany, where 70 to 93% of the citizens want our 20 nuclear bombs out of Germany. So the people are really behind you. Thank you so much. God bless you for doing this. You're a great light.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Gorbachev. I am a production designer right here in Soho. And you probably guessed, I am related to this former Soviet Union leader, Mikhail Gorbachev. And so my father is Yuri Gorbachev. He's a world-famous Russian artist, cousin of Mikhail Gorbachev. He was good friends with Mikhail's wife, Raisa Gorbachev. In 1988, Raisa invited my father to showcase his artwork in the Soviet Cultural Foundation, as she frequently exhibited passionate artists who were against war and nuclear weapons. Raisa also was the one who encouraged my father to take his family and migrate to New York City because she knew Russia would be going through difficult times. We migrated from Ukraine in 1991. In 1996, the United Nations commissioned my father to create original work and to redesign the United Nations stamp. His green parrot on red flower painting is currently housed in their collection. Mikhail Gorbachev has been very proactive in downsizing the volume and availability of nuclear weapons on the international level. He holds a strong position against further development, maintenance, and expansion of all nuclear arsenals. He is convinced that it is just a matter of time before nuclear weapons fall into their own hands and create a scenario of attack and instant retaliation. Sharing the same beliefs on this important matter, I too believe the world will greatly benefit from ceasing production and elimination of all nuclear weapons. The two prominent leading nuclear countries are still Russia and the United States. Diplomatic tensions continue to escalate between the two nations. While some of the reasons are due to irrational phobias and televised propaganda, they have recently become more similar socially, economically, and politically. I strongly believe trustworthy diplomatic relations are important and necessary to de-escalate the production and existence of nuclear war capabilities. There is much more to collectively benefit from having stronger relations versus being in opposition. Together, the two nations can stand together and encourage the rest of the world to denuclearize. I strongly support the TPNW and a nuclear weapons divestment. New York is one of the greatest and most influential cities on earth, and it should stand firmly against any corporation or ties to nuclear weapons manufacturing. Every one of us can play a small part in this brave contribution and set a positive example for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Thank you. Reverend?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, and I'm sorry, you must be so tired, no time to go to the bathroom even maybe, but sorry.
I'm energized by this. I'm ready to go. Let's fight, you know?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So my name is TK Nakagaki, Toshikazu Kenjitsu Nakagaki. I'm the president and founder of Heiwa, Peace and Reconciliation Foundation of New York, and also the former president of the Buddhist Council New York. Current also is vice president of the Buddhist Council New York as well. And also, I was kind of recognized as a Hiroshima Peace Ambassador, as well as a Nagasaki Peace Correspondent. And so I've been organizing actually the Hiroshima Nagasaki Memorial in Manhattan since I came to New York 1994. So actually 26 years I've been every year annually hosting the Interfaith Peace Gathering to commemorate Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And so that's the kind of my background. And also in this case, I like to also share why I'm doing. I'm not that familiar with everything, but everybody's talking about it already, so I don't have to say those things. Instead, my intention is simple. Very, life is very important for everyone. Why do we need to have weapons even like kill anybody? And especially this nuclear weapons is too much, really. And so that's one of the reasons. And two countries should be responsible for this particular things ever happen. One is Japan, because it was a country somehow actually, of course, there's a reason there too, but the atomic bomb was dropped. So that's one country that should be. So this is my response for having this memorial service every time. So I try to bring the awareness of the people, the importance of the peace, and the importance of all lives. And then, but the second part, then the other country is the United States, who use the weapons, and especially New York. The Manhattan Project, many people are talking about, Manhattan Project for these weapons. But yet now we are actually, I'm hoping always to see the Manhattan or New York or United States become the responsible country which really maintain the peace and respecting the life. So instead of Manhattan Project for war or nuclear weapons, I hope that this Manhattan Project, this is Manhattan Project for Peace, and I hope you will move forward with this and make the U.S. as a more responsible country towards the deeds that you did, or we did too. Probably one of the comments I just wanted to share, there's one thing that I stuck in my mind was, if U.S. didn't drop the bomb, maybe at that time, if the Japan has a quality too, maybe they dropped too. So everybody was, the kind of competing each other to try to win the game. But then that is a result here. So we need to really think of the peace as the most important things that we need to do. And then we respect each other. We try to live together. And that's the message that I would like to share with you today. And I fully support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming last week to give us a little peace before our stated meeting. Thank you. Thank you to this panel. Okay.
Reminder that we have to leave this room at 4:30, so I don't know if that's whether next one will be our last.
Okay, so I'm being told that we only have this room till 4:30, so that's why I'm rushing a little bit with the panels. But if we still have people who want to speak at 4:30, we'll go next door to hear the rest of the panelists. We'll hear everybody who signed up will get an opportunity to speak. All right, Uni Chang, Christian Ciobanu, Bill Offenlock, John Lipsky, Donna Stein, Leslie Kagan. My constituent. Where's Leslie? Good to see you. And by the way, after this hearing, there is a Lunar New Year celebration in this room. So if you want to stick around for the Lunar New Year celebration, you're all welcome, although I know many of you have been here since early this morning, so. All right. Would you like to start?
Dear council members and esteemed colleagues, my name is Christian Ciobanu. I'm a representative of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. I'm also registered in District 4, which covers the United Nations. I hold degrees in nonproliferation and terrorism studies, as well as political science. I have been a nuclear disarmament activist since 2009. I have also been on government delegations to several high-level nuclear disarmament negotiations. As an American and native New Yorker, I grew up with limited knowledge about our city's involvement in the creation of nuclear weapons, which devastated the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and ravaged the Pacific region. The devastating impact of nuclear testing in the Pacific region propelled me to act by helping the government of the Marshall Islands during the negotiations on the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, as an advisor. We negotiated the articles related to victim assistance and environmental remediation, also known as the positive obligations of the TPNW. To educate New Yorkers about the devastating impact of nuclear weapons, I've organized seminars at universities throughout our city. I brought high-level experts and diplomats to inform the students about the horrific impact of nuclear weapons. These young New Yorkers were able to pose questions and engage in meaningful dialogue about nuclear weapons and the TPNW with experts. Significantly, in December of 2018, I served as the official co-chair of the Global Youth Forum on the TPNW, which was held in Auckland, New Zealand. Several young New Yorkers attended the conference and engaged in dialogue with youth from both New Zealand and the Pacific region. These dialogues focus on the impact of U.S. nuclear testing in the region and the dome in the Marshall Islands where the U.S. has stored its nuclear waste from the tests. The American participants were shocked about the U.S. decision to test on the Pacific Islands and the environmental and humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons. As a result of this conference, many of them, especially the New York participants, vowed to remain in the field of nuclear disarmament and interact with policymakers about the importance of the treaty. One of them even inspired his friend to become an activist in the field. This young person was able to convey her own views about nuclear weapons to diplomats by drafting the youth statement for an international UN conference in October of 2019. Her views resonated with many policymakers who began to understand the importance of youth engagement. We need to continue to have these cross-cultural dialogues and engage with all young New Yorkers about the impact of nuclear weapons. In this process of educating, to continue this process of educating New Yorkers, it is imperative for all council members to support these measures. Introduction 1621 and Resolution 976. These measures will help establish an advisory committee, reaffirm New York City's status as a nuclear weapon-free zone, underscore its support for both ICAN Cities Appeal as well as the TPNW, and divest the pension fund. Together, we can establish a new peaceful period in New York and send a clear message to the entire world that New York City is committed to a world free of nuclear weapons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, too. Thank you. Next, please.
John Lipsky, FBI retired, Longmont, Colorado. Honorable New York City Council members, staff, and visitors, I thank you for the opportunity to address instant introduction and resolution. Your legislation promotes world peace, and I urge you to pass it. Nuclear weapons inherently produce nuclear waste that is not protective of human health and the environment. The United States is comprised of nuclear state-created dangers and cover-ups of weapons-grade plutonium-239 manufacturing, waste, and unfulfilled remediation. Plutonium-239, among many other nuclear weapon chemicals, is primarily anthropogenic, with a half-life of over 24,000 years and capable of aberrations of human cells. One such nuclear Superfund site is the former Rocky Flats Nuclear Weapons Plant, Golden, Colorado. I was the principal FBI agent who investigated crimes at Rocky Flats, where plutonium pit production ceased that resulted in federal criminal convictions. In 1989, the Rocky Flats contract operator sued the federal government, in part because, quote, compliance with the land disposal restrictions is currently impossible, unquote. 30 years after Rocky Flats, proliferation of nuclear weapons is frightfully increasing. Despite the lack of nuclear repository facilities in the United States, the National Nuclear Safety Administration, or Security Administration, NNSA, is forcing its plan to produce 80 weapons-grade plutonium-239 pits per year by 2030 at a cost of exceeding $1 trillion. And that's going to be at Los Alamos, New Mexico, and the Savannah River site, South Carolina. The NNSA plan, unfortunately, is more nuclear Superfund sites instead of infrastructure projects completed. Misguided temporary nuclear waste storage sites instead of affordable housing, and more citizens forced to live with radiation instead of affordable health care plans. Health and safety will be pretermitted, as it has in the past. I know because I investigated it. With nuclear weapons and its veil of secrecy. As President Obama remarked in 2009, the peace and security of a world without nuclear weapons, unquote. Nuclear waste is not your friend.
Thank you. Imagine what we could do with $1 trillion.
It'd be fun.
Right. Next, please.
Thank you, Council. My name is Donna Stein. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Hudson River Sloop Clearwater and president of New York City Friends of Clearwater, both founded by Pete Seeger 50 years ago to clean up the environmental disaster that was the Hudson River. There was much success, but the river still needs our attention. Clearwater has long opposed and exposed the risks of nuclear power. Focus has been on the dangers of nuclear plants and the use of nuclear energy, but make no mistake, there is a direct connection between nuclear weapons and nuclear energy and its resultant nuclear waste. Nuclear is not just about the plant, the bomb. There are so many things up to that point. Uranium mining, milling, and weapons testing impacts communities around this country and the world, including First Nation communities with proposed waste storage on their lands. Pete Seeger, back in 1963, sang a song, Never Again the A-Bomb. Look it up. He said, we must forbid it. Take care that the third atom bomb never falls. Sadly, testing continues, even past the times we were told it had stopped, and nuclear weapons arsenals in several countries remain deeply troubling. History demonstrates that plans were mainly for the purpose to create material for nuclear bombs. There are much better, safer ways to boil water. Bob Alpern, an anti-nuclear activist and fellow Clearwater board director, often calls Indian Point a pre-positioned nuclear weapon. So many things could go wrong. It sits too close to a high-pressure gas pipeline managed by a company who has pipeline accidents. It also sits on a seismic fault line, which was unknown to the builders when it was originally sited. Terrorists have included Indian Point as a possible target. Please put a halt to this madness and don't make public employees have to be a party to this horror. I urge you to divest from nuclear weapons, make history, attend to your legacy, and pass this resolution. It's a start. Thank you for your understanding of this important issue.
Thank you. Next, please.
Okay. My name is Bill Offenlock, and I'm here to read a statement on behalf of Father Steve Kelly, whom you heard about earlier. He's been in prison now almost 2 years in Georgia for a plowshares action and has served over 10 years in prison for similar actions. He writes, I write regarding these resolutions worthy of your agenda and affecting New York City citizens and millions of other vulnerable people. I am currently a prisoner of conscience in Brunswick, Georgia, as a consequence of a witness in embodiment of the vision of economic, political, and moral conversion given us in Isaiah, swords into plowshares. This nonviolent exposure of the omnicide of the trident offense system underlines your concerns of the danger of nuclear possession, threat, and, God forbid, use. But more importantly, and several Catholic workers and others will speak to this, it is trillions of dollars in theft from the needs of our society, as outlined by Eisenhower in his presidential departure declaration. I am encouraged that you consider divestment and advocacy of the ICAN Treaty. Nuclear weapons will not go away by themselves.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Uni Chang, and I'm the field organizer with the War Resisters League, and we are the oldest secular anti-war organization in the U.S. I was born on August 13th, 1996 in Seoul, South Korea, and I've lived on the East Coast for 22 years. This country has been at war for 80% of my life. The war my grandparents lived through and that my parents were born in, the one that killed 3 million Koreans, separated my family, and remains one of the bloodiest wars in history, is still not over. This year is the 70th anniversary of that war. Nuclear weapons are tools of endless war. They were designed to wipe out human life and to destroy the world many times over. Therefore, War Resisters League supports these proposals, and we commend you for standing up to the grave threat of nuclear warfare. However, in our 96 years of organizing against war, we know that the only way to truly eliminate the threats posed by nuclear weapons is to end all wars. And the only way to end all wars is to address their root causes, which include racism, sexism, and all forms of exploitation. These root causes threaten humanity's common desire to live well and without fear, and we see them at play in the daily lives of all New Yorkers. We see the root causes of war thriving in a city that chooses to spend billions on building new jails and on cracking down on fare evasion instead of on NYCHA, harm reduction programs, and poverty benefits. The systems that wage war across the world and the systems that police, harass, surveil, and detain people in our city are the same. If you support divesting from nuclear weapons and reaffirming New York City as a nuclear-free zone for the well-being and future of humanity, then you cannot simultaneously fund and advocate for projects that criminalize people for being Black, brown, queer, and trans, and poor. You have to fight for people's lives in every arena. As a city council, it is your responsibility to vote consistently for the safety and dignity of New Yorkers and those with whom we share this earth. We celebrate that a veto-proof majority supports this powerful and needed legislation, and we urge you to be brave and take a stand against violence in all its forms.
Thank you very much. Leslie.
Thank you. Hi. First of all, thank you to the council members who, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my voice today, but thank you to the council members who are taking your role on the city council seriously and giving us all the leadership on this issue. My name is Leslie Kagan. I'm a decades-long organizer in the peace and justice movements. And in fact, 38 years ago, I was the lead organizer of the historic nuclear disarmament protests on June 12, 1982, here in New York City. A few hours ago, I sat here as I think many in the room, in disbelief, horrified, and outraged by the comments from the mayor's office. I urge you and your comrades on the city council to respond to those comments by quickly, very quickly passing 976 and 1621. For decades, the people of the city have petitioned, lobbied, marched, rallied, and engaged in civil disobedience as part of the global movement to rid the world of the most horrific weapons ever produced, nuclear weapons. We should be proud of this history, but our work is far from over. Today, the world faces two great existential threats: the nightmare of a global climate crisis unfolding faster and more intensely than previously predicted, and the ever-present threat of the use of nuclear weapons, either by accident or design. 9 nations have nuclear weapons. Some of the biggest nations in the world. So one might ask, what is the point of New York City passing 976 and 1621? The point is this: each of us, as citizens of the world, must find and use every single tool available to bring us, that is the planet, back from the edge of disaster. There is no time to waste. Our opinions matter, but most critically, our actions are what is most important. The city of New York has the opportunity to help strengthen the global movement to rid the world of nuclear weapons. We urge you to use the power of your office to take the concrete steps by enacting 976 and 1621, and to do so without further delay. Quite literally, the clock is ticking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very powerful. Thank you to this panel, and we're going to call up one more panel and see if we can then move over to the next room. But let me get this panel up here now. From Nuclear Ban US, I'm sorry, I can't read the name. Timonen? Okay. Yep. Vicki Elson, Nuclear Ban also, US. Lily Adams, Union of Concerned Scientists. Heidi Huttner. Alfred Meyer, Physicians for Social Responsibility. And Charles K. Johnson, International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. All right, would you like to start?
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, council people. I'm very honored to be here, and I am going to speak very quickly and because I know we don't have much time. I come as a representative of a group called Women Strike for Peace. This was a group of women who in the 1960s, the early 60s, fought on behalf of their children and the children of the United States because fallout from nuclear bomb testing in the Nevada desert had spread across the US. And scientists found the strontium-90 from this fallout in baby teeth, gathered from all over the United States.
Did you say your name?
My name is Heidi Huttner.
Okay.
I'm a professor at Stony Brook University. I'm a writer, and I'm actually making a documentary film right now about women and nuclear disasters. So these women, my mother was one of them, and this group was founded by Bella Abzug and Dagmar Wilson. These women, 50,000 of them, organized. It was the largest group at the time that had organized in the United States, and they protested, and they convinced President Kennedy to sign the Limited Test Ban Treaty, and they stopped atmospheric bomb testing, or at least they greatly influenced this treaty. So I'm here on behalf of those women and on behalf of the women and indigenous people across the world who actually are most harmed by nuclear disasters, by radiation waste. One of the facts in the preamble to this treaty that we've spoken about today that these wonderful people won a Nobel Peace Prize for speaks to the gender issues. Women are twice as likely to get cancer from the same exposure to radiation as adult men, and they are nearly twice as likely to die from that exposure. Children many, many times more so, and little girls most of all are harmed, 7 times more so than adult white males. But radiation standards, safety standards, are based on an adult male body. So this is an important fact. Indigenous people, we know, are most exposed because they are in communities where uranium mining takes place, and we also know that their communities have been very much affected by nuclear bombs. These facts are often ignored, and these communities and these people are most harmed. So I speak on behalf of them and on behalf of the children, and I ask that you humbly pass this resolution and work hard. And I thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Lily Adams. I work with the Union of Concerned Scientists, or UCS, a nonprofit organization dedicated to using rigorous, independent science to solve our planet's most pressing problems, including the threat of nuclear weapons. I would like to thank the New York City Council members today for considering this urgent and important issue. As an organization of scientists, UCS must reckon with the fact that scientists help bring about the development of nuclear weapons. Yet after the creation of the bomb and its tragic use in New Mexico and Japan, the very same scientists were some of the most ardent advocates for disarmament and the prevention of their use ever again. UCS works to continue that legacy of science advocacy. As others have said, last week the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists set their doomsday clock to just 100 seconds to midnight, citing unprecedented nuclear threats and calling on the world to take immediate action. Despite these dire warnings, our federal government is neglecting its responsibility to act, and in some cases is actively making the world less safe by promoting dangerous nuclear weapons policies. This is why UCS believes it is crucial for local governments to take a stand. We urgently need local elected officials and concerned advocates to raise their voices and denounce these terrible, inhumane weapons. This action is especially powerful coming from New York City, the birthplace of the Manhattan Project and home to many former nuclear weapons sites. New York City has a stake in this fight, and as a New York City resident myself, I am proud to be here today as part of this historic effort and to support the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. The Union of Concerned Scientists wholeheartedly supports New York City in divesting from the companies involved in the production and maintenance of nuclear weapons, and we urge New York City Council to support Resolution 976 and Introduction 1621 to help create a safer world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Timon Wallace. I'm representing Nuclear Ban US and the Acronym Institute for Disarmament Diplomacy. And I've given you 2 background documents. One is called Warheads to Windmills, which is a report about the links between climate change and nuclear weapons, and demonstrates not only the links between these two, but the fact that we can't address climate change without addressing nuclear weapons. And we need the money, we need the scientists and the engineers, and we need the international goodwill that is being squandered by these weapons. So New York is already in the lead on the fossil fuels, and so that's why I hope we can add that to the nuclear issue. The other document that I've given you is just a very brief summary of research I did back in the 1990s about the peace movement in the 80s that led to the INF Treaty and to the largest disarmament process that we've seen so far, including, as many people here were part of the nuclear freeze movement, the million people marching in the streets of New York and so on. And my research was looking at what ultimately affected the Reagan administration to reverse course from calling the Soviet, the evil empire, into being willing to sign the most comprehensive treaty that was ever signed up to that point. And it was about pressure on these companies. It was about divestment campaigns and boycotts. It was about cities like Chicago and Oakland, California, refusing to have contracts with these companies, as well as divesting. And so I think we need to remember this legacy when you're looking at divestment and how important it is. It was important in many other issues, as well as in the nuclear issue back in the 1980s. So thank you.
Hey, thank you. Next, please.
My name is Vicki Elson, Executive Director of the Treaty Awareness Campaign. Like many of the people in this room, part of our work as members of ICAN, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, is to visit the UN missions here in New York City. So I want to tell you a little story. One day, as we were visiting the UN mission of Antigua-Barbuda, we were talking about the 122 countries that adopted the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We were talking about the countries that have already signed and ratified it. We were talking about ICAN's Nobel Peace Prize. We were asking how we can support Antigua-Barbuda to get going and sign this treaty sooner rather than later. And they were saying, yes, we're going to sign the treaty, but it's going to take a while, lots of red tape. And then we started telling them about what's happening here in the US, what the people in this room are doing all over the country, working with faith organizations, schools, universities, banks, hospitals, cities, counties, states, and the US Congress to bring an end to the 75-year nightmare of nuclear weapons. So I was talking about what we're doing here in this country, and I watched this person's face change. And she said, you know what? I'm going to light some fires under some people today. And I'm happy to report that Antigua-Barbuda has since signed and ratified the treaty. I don't take personal credit for it. What we do here in the US and what happens in New York City has an impact. It tells the rest of the world that there are strong currents here in solidarity on this issue. We look forward to the day sooner or later when US policy will change to reflect the fact that nuclear weapons of mass extinction are obsolete and indescribably dangerous, sucking trillions of dollars and our best scientists away from the green technologies we need to survive the climate emergency. Here in the Big Apple, you have an opportunity to accelerate the transformation of warheads to windmills. You've already voted to divest from fossil fuels, a magnificent step toward being on the right side of history, survival, and sanity. Thank you so much for your beautiful efforts to do the same with nuclear weapons. I have to tell you, this work is tiring. Anybody know what I mean? Like, it's hard. It's like pushing a big radioactive rock up a hill or something, you know? And today, I feel so encouraged, the stuff with the mayor's office notwithstanding, I feel so delighted and refreshed to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
My name is Alfred Meyer, and I'm a board member of Physicians for Social Responsibility, an organization which has worked on nuclear issues since 1963 and the issue of atmospheric nuclear testing. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I appreciate this opportunity. Dear Council and committee members, nuclear weapons threaten in an instant to vaporize all that we love in New York City. We must act to end this grave danger to our survival. Resolution 976 and Introduction 1621 are two important steps that New York City can take to protect and promote public health and safety. Thank you for moving these two items, which show strong support for City Council action on such an important topic. Cities are the targets of nuclear weapons, and cities are the first responders to an attack. From a medical perspective, there is no response possible, given that the medical providers, medical facilities, and medical supplies are destroyed by a nuclear blast. Prevention is the only medical response to this threat. Resolution 976 and Introduction 1621 are two good methods of prevention, which will benefit New York City residents. New York City can play an important part in the growing cities, states, national, and international movement to get countries to sign and ratify the 2017 United Nations Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Divestment of New York City investments from nuclear weapons-related corporations and banks is a strong statement of the seriousness of this topic and a moral statement that we don't want our pensioners' benefits to come from nuclear weapons which could destroy us. When a nation possesses nuclear weapons, it harms its own population at many steps of the nuclear fuel and weapons chain, a complex and very large industry. As noted in the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, women and children are most impacted by exposure to radiation. So this matter is urgent for us to address, although it will take time to make the changes needed to achieve a nuclear weapons-free world. The wise leadership and support for Resolution 976 and Introduction 1621 to date is most appreciated. I trust that ongoing and attentive engagement by the City Council will support achievement of these important missions, which in turn benefit us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chuck Johnson, Charles K. Johnson, Program Director of International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. Thank you, co-chairs and council members, for having us. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak to you today and wish to thank the New York City Council for having the foresight to consider these two measures, which taken together would be the strongest statement yet by a U.S. municipality in favor of global sanity in the face of the continued and renewed threat to global survival posed by nuclear weapons and war. It's apropos that the International City of New York would lead the way toward reconsidering our nation's reliance on the judgment and actions of a few flawed and fragile individuals to prevent a nuclear catastrophe, or as our president put it, fire and fury like the world has never seen. International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War is a federation consisting of 63 national affiliates worldwide that have studied the effects of a single atomic bomb and of nuclear war at various levels of severity. In all cases, we find there is no adequate medical response to the use of nuclear weapons, which destroys medical and other infrastructure, as Alfred just said, and wounds and kills the professionals who would ordinarily provide aid to the sick and wounded. Consequently, we concluded, as our founding organization, Physicians for Social Responsibility in the U.S. originally said, that prevention is the only cure and the only responsible medical position to take on the subject. You've received in your packets 3 statements from physicians representing IPPNW, our co-president Tillman Ruff on the faculty of the University of Melbourne on Australia and a co-founder of ICAN, co-president Ira Helfand, practicing physician in Northampton, Mass, and IPPNW Germany representative Inga Blum, a physician in Hamburg, Germany. In addition, I'm attaching to the end of my testimony the statement of IPPNW, the World Medical Association, the International Council of Nurses, and the World Federation of Public Health Associations in strong support of the 2017 UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Working together with the International Committee for the Red Cross, we are actively encouraging all levels of government to support the Nuclear Ban Treaty in any way they can, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for coming in and giving testimony. We appreciate that. And what we think we're going to do now is move next door. You ready for us there? Okay, so if those of you who want to come in, please, and we'll continue the hearing in that room. Okay, we are back in business. I did promise that I would make the announcement that those of you who would like, you may submit your written testimony within 48 hours to be included on the official record by emailing it to hearings, HEARINGS, @council, COUNCIL.nyc.gov, and it has to be done within 48 hours. So if you're here in the room, or if you're listening on the live streaming as well, please make sure that you do that within 48 hours. And I think we have two panels coming up, so I'm going to call up the first panel. Mari Inoue, Jasmine McKay, Paul Miller, I'm sorry, Paul. Rebecca Irby, Rebecca with Peace Institute? Okay, good. And Emily Rubino? And Molly McGinty? Yeah, look at that. All right, let's start here. We good? Okay.
Dear committee members, my name is Molly McGinty, and I am the Nuclear Program Assistant for the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. I am honored to be here today as a youth representative, but I want you to know that my beliefs do not represent the majority of my former classmates, friends, and other acquaintances. This is not because they hope for a world in which the proliferation of nuclear weapons continues, but rather they are not aware that we are closer to nuclear war now as we were at the height of the Cold War. As we all know by now, the recent report by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists reports that the doomsday clock is at 100 seconds to midnight, which is the closest to nuclear warfare that they've ever estimated. This is a way to warn world leaders and civilians alike. Youth are taught that the use of nuclear weapons ended with World War II. The former Soviet Union and US had a nuclear arms race, and with the fall of the Berlin Wall, all of that is behind us. Prior to starting my position at IPPNW, I was not aware of the bleak future that we are currently facing. I too believed the pretense that this is an issue of the past. It is my job, along with many others in the room, to educate youth on the reality of nuclear weapons in this year of 2020. We deserve the right to know that a quote-unquote limited nuclear conflict between India and Pakistan will create worldwide famine. We deserve the right to know that our cities, universities, and banks are investing in these weapons that will inevitably change our world as we currently know it. With that being said, I am not alone. The next generation is becoming more and more aware of the quote-unquote hidden dangers that nuclear weapons pose. And we deserve the right to have faith in our local, state, and federal leaders to do everything in their power to put an end to these weapons of mass destruction. I am doing my part to educate all people, and specifically the rising generation, on the current dangers of nuclear weapons. As a young person and nuclear disarmament professional, I urge you to do your part and to pass Resolution 976 and Introduction 1621 to ensure a necessary step forward to shifting the world toward being nuclear free. It is imperative that youth be aware of the imminent danger that nuclear weapons pose to our future, and just as importantly, that they know we still have the opportunity and power to shift this future. By passing these pieces of legislation, you are showing me and countless other youth, whether or not they know it, that you are actively invested in our future. We are prepared to bring progress into this world, but we are going to need to ensure that there is a livable world to bring progress to. On behalf of young people throughout New York and beyond, we thank you in advance for using your platform to take action for our survival. Thank you.
Molly, what's your last name?
McGinty.
Did you submit written testimony?
I just emailed it.
Oh, okay, fine. Oh, I just wanted to be sure.
Great, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Jasmine McKay. I'm a DJ, producer, and musical artist, and former student Kathleen. I'll be reading the testimony of Anoni Hegarty. Here we go. I'm an English-born singer, composer, and visual artist who moved to Manhattan in 1990 to study at NYU. All these years later, New York is still my home. In 2016, I became the second openly transgender person nominated for an Academy Award for Best Original Song for Manta Ray in the film Racing Extinction, a film about the mass extinction of species we are now undergoing. I say these things to state the obvious. New York is a city of artists. I am one of thousands of artists who call this city home. I am one of thousands who say with our work, stop extinction, stop war. Stating the obvious in a post-truth society is becoming a noble task. And so too, this legislation, stating the obvious that we must act to rid ourselves of the threat of nuclear war and radioactive violence. I'm grateful to all our city council members who have supported this legislation, which gives me the opportunity to share how my life and my work have been touched personally by the nuclear age. A few years ago, I was asked to write a song for a film about the Great Barrier Reef called Coral Rekindling Venus by the artist Lynette Walworth. Lynette was making a new film in collaboration with a group of Aboriginal Martu women elders. She asked me to accompany her to the Western Australian desert to meet this community and see if I could be in some way a part of the work she envisaged. I had the honor to spend some time witnessing and befriending a group of Martu elders who taught me to see things from a much bigger point of view. Visiting them was a heart-opening and life-changing experience for me. To be with these women was deeply inspiring, and it left me with the sense that I would do whatever I could to help them. There was something familiar about the Martu. They had the tremendous presence that reminded me of my own family and of the women from the hills of Donegal, Ireland, that I descend from. There's a sense of inseparableness of body, spirit, and landscape that I recognize from my own grandmother and aunties. I found myself as a student of the Martu people in a blessed moment of circumstance. As time went on, I began to understand the nature of the struggle that they were in the grips of. Two multinational companies had worked with the government and managed to acquire a large parcel of Martu territory with the goal of creating a uranium mine there. The eldest Martu women banded together and launched a years-long offensive to halt the mining threat. They began working on giant paintings of their land and sharing them with museums across Australia to bring attention to their plight. I wanted to help in any way I could. I performed a concert in Tasmania at the Dark Mofo Festival and donated the proceeds to create a fund to support the Martu in their brave work confronting the mining giants, Cameco and Mitsubishi. We appeared on a Q&A, a national talk program to discuss the crisis with leading politicians. The Martu staged a 10-day walk across country from their—
You may continue, so.
Oh, okay. From their remote community to the site of the proposed uranium mine. I joined them on that trek, which culminated in the ceremony between the structures left by the mining exploration crew in the middle of a pristine and majestic desert that was bursting with life. What I found most impressive about the Circle of Women was their sense of presence and integrity and patience. I found dignity and perseverance and intense, intuitive wisdom. They're one of the few indigenous groups that has an almost unbroken connection to the land. They weren't radically disrupted until after World War II. when the Australian government sought to clear them from their land so they could begin nuclear testing. Elders in the community recount that as children, they saw a giant cloud in the sky and being told it must be a sign from God. And then the kangaroos dying around them and thinking God was offering them a feast and giving praise for their good fortune. Sometimes it seems that corporations have little regard for those who live in proximity to their projects. The fight to halt the proposed uranium mine at Kintyre has been fought since the 1980s, and still there is no assurance that the fight is over. If built, an operating uranium mine will irreversibly contaminate the environment with radioactive waste and mill trailings and threaten water security as vital water resources are located near the proposed mine. The health of the people are some 28 different species, the health of the people and some 28 threatened species that live in the precious bioregion will be forever compromised. People have asked me, why this mine? Why these people? While a sequence of events led me to this particular place and people, this one place represents the global operation of uranium mining, which very often adversely affects indigenous people across the planet. Why this story from Australia for New York City Council, told by an English-born artist of Irish descent who calls her home Manhattan? There, that is it, Manhattan, the Manhattan Project, because nuclear weapons were born here. Every uranium mine that has opened since owes its legacy in some part to New York City. And although the thousands of tons of uranium stored in Manhattan and Staten Island and elsewhere primarily came from the brutally racist Belgian Congo, the Manhattan Project paved the way for every uranium mine ever exploited. The mine at Kintyre in Western Australia threatens not just the local environment, but offers the potential to unleash havoc across our planet. Some of the Martu grieve that as guardians of their land, any uranium taken from their Martu is Martu responsibility. Any pain inflicted on the world using that uranium would be spiritually tied to a failure of the Martu to keep the poison in the ground. It's heartbreaking. Mining the raw material for nuclear bombs and/or nuclear energy, a fuel source that cannot change the course of climate chaos, must stop forever. As a New Yorker, I expect that clarion call from my city council, especially our city, which has so much to lose in the event of any kind of nuclear disaster, whether it be by war, facility, collapse, or terrorism. New York City has cultural and political capital to spend. If we aren't spending that now, as we lurch towards and away from the cliff of further war in the Middle East, the cliff of climate chaos, the cliff of social injustice, when would we deem it best to act? If not now, when? What further madness must we witness? What will it take? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, council members and honored guests. My name is Rebecca Irby, and I am a long supporter of a nuclear-free NYC. I am the founder and executive director of Peak Institute, an international peace education nonprofit and NGO, which holds special consultative status with the Economic and Social Council at the United Nations. I founded Peak Institute in 2016 in response to the 5 years I lived in Japan, specifically after visiting Hiroshima on a long weekend. I was so taken aback by what I learned from a hibakusha, a survivor of the Hiroshima bombing. The American narrative of Japan bombed us, we bombed them back and won the war, was completely turned on its head when seeing the true impact of these inhumane weapons. The humanitarian effect of nuclear weapons can no longer be ignored. For 75 years since the bombing, the survivors, their children, and their children's children have struggled to live on, afflicted by delayed effects and the anxiety about possible effects of radiation. How have we prohibited the use, development, production, and possession of biological and chemical weapons, landmines, and cluster ammunitions, but yet nuclear weapons, the most destructive of all, are still not only legal, they are touted as necessary to keep us all safe. How can a weapon which can destroy the entire planet be seen as safe? As said before, on January 23rd, 2020, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moved the doomsday clock to 100 seconds before midnight. We're now not measuring how close the world is to catastrophe in minutes or hours. We're down to seconds. It's the closest the doomsday clock has ever been since the clock was created in 1947. Now is the time to take action. We have done enough talking for the last 75 years. It's shameful it's taken us this long to get to this point. As an educator, I know that it is vitally important to stand with the youth of today. Indeed, it is the young people worldwide who are standing up and demanding action. How many more generations will be held hostage by the imminent danger of weapons whose sole purpose is the destruction of all life? How can this not be an international issue? Nuclear war is not limited to the countries involved. It is a human issue. The entire planet is affected. New York City has the opportunity to be at the forefront of this international movement. The fastest and most effective way to take action is by voting yes on Resolution 976 and Bill 11621. It is time to stop investing in our mutual destruction and start investing in and supporting our future. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello and good afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I am a New Yorker who lives in New York, Tribeca area, District 1. So I'm going to have to nudge my Councilmember Margaret Chin to kind of chime in with you guys a little more. I think we're here today. My name is Paul Miller, aka DJ Spooky, and I'm a writer, artist, and musician. My books are generally with MIT Press, and I work extensively in a global electronic music community. I think we're here today to kind of look at the merits of how common sense things can affect us in an everyday life. The 20th century was a century haunted by what I like to call the law of unexpected effects, Teflon, asbestos, and so on. If you start to think about how those affect consumer life in an everyday context, the unintended consequences of those will linger for generations. Yet the scale of human kind of construction of materials like uranium and plutonium will actually linger far longer than our entire civilization or as our species has been on this planet. So, as an artist who's worked with universities like Columbia University or who has shown with galleries in the gallery district in on 20th Street, you can actually remember that most of the plutonium and other kind of radioactive materials that were stored there lingers over the High Line, lingers over the West Side Highway where I go jogging. And above all, it actually creates a serious tension with how we think about the future. So it's with a great sort of joy that I'm seeing that the panel has a bulletproof veto over the idea of disinvesting in these kinds of materials. So I want to just kind of end early to respect everyone's time and kind of just go from the viewpoint of common sense and making money and investing money. They're not mutually exclusive. And it's a real pleasure to see a common sense approach to saying that we can actually have our money be put to better use than it's currently being done. And I salute you. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I'll submit my written statement later.
Okay, thank you very much. Within 48 hours, okay? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marie Inoue. I'm a lawyer, I'm an activist, I'm a mother in Jackson Heights. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to pass on the message of peace from hibakushas who have repeatedly appealed to the world to realize the world without nuclear weapons. Mr. Seiji Yamaguchi, who was only 14 at the time of the Nagasaki bombing, appealed at the UN in 1982 that for the sake of the people of the world, those yet to be born, the children and atomic bomb survivors like us, we cannot forgive the suffering or death of even one person in atomic bombing. Mr. Sumiteru Taniguchi, who suffered from various health issues from the bombing, said in this city in 2015 that nuclear arms are weapons of the devil, which will not allow humans to live nor die as humans. Mr. Tomi Tanaka, a hibakusha from Nagasaki, emphasized in New York City in 2015 that the policy of nuclear deterrence is against humanity. He made a point that no state will be spared and its existence will be threatened by a use of a nuclear weapon, even if the use of such a weapon is to protect the survival of the state. Now, the escalation of the arms race promoted by the current administration and the cost of modernizing and developing nuclear weapons present a considerable expense for our nation. And it is important for us, New York City, to deliver a firm message to the world that we need to set our priorities right. Instead of investing in nuclear weapons, production and maintenance, the real priorities should be to fight against poverty, to promote peace, to improve our education and healthcare systems, and to fight against the climate crisis. Let's stop investing for the destructive false sense of security, but instead let's invest for hope that our children can live in, which is a path toward a nuclear-free world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor.
Almost good evening now.
Good evening now, yes. When I wrote it, I thought it'd still be afternoon. My name is Emily Rubino. I'm the Director of Policy and Outreach at Peace Action New York State. As Sally mentioned before, Peace Action's roots date back to 1957, long before I was born, out of the National Committee for the Sane Nuclear Policy and the Nuclear Freeze movement. 63 years later, we're still part of the anti-nuclear struggle and working to bring it to the next generation. We currently have 25 campus chapters across the state, with about 7 of those just right here in New York City. Like me, our students were born in a post-Cold War era, not knowing a world in which nuclear weapons have not existed. We will, however, continue to fight for a nuclear-free future. Our students are greatly concerned by nuclear issues and understand both the economic impact, the environmental impact, and the humanitarian impact that these weapons have. As the semester is just getting started, our students weren't able to join us today, but I'm here to represent them and their voices and experiences, as well as my own. When I was in 5th grade, I remember reading the story of Sadako and the 1,000 Paper Cranes. Years later, while in college, with a passion for social justice and a strong desire to change U.S. foreign policy, I began interning at Peace Action New York State. Through what went from a semester-long internship to a full-time organizing position, I have had the opportunity to hear testimony from Japanese and Korean hibakusha, intent on sharing their stories and seeing an end to nuclear weapons in their lifetime. I have had the incredible opportunity to twice visit Hiroshima for the World Conference Against Atomic and Hydrogen Bombs and to walk through the Peace Memorial Museum, where some of the cranes that Sadako folded while in the hospital receiving treatment for leukemia are memorialized next to other mementos documenting the horrific bombings and the day and years that followed. That we even consider possessing and utilizing these weapons is an insult to the memory of those who suffered in these bombings, as well as the victims of our nuclear tests. As citizens of the only country to ever use nuclear weapons in combat, we have a unique responsibility to ensure they will never be used again. I'd also just like to quickly share a personal testimony from one of our students, Carly Brownell, who's a student organizer at Manhattan College up in the Bronx. She wrote, "Nuclear disarmament is an issue that is very close to my heart because as a child, I lived on the Navajo Reservation in Shiprock, New Mexico. My mom was a doctor in the public health service, and she was stationed there at a local hospital. Where I lived in Shiprock is directly downwind from the Nevada test site, where the United States government tested hundreds of nuclear weapons during the 1940s and 50s, and the radiation still affects people to this day. As a kid, I knew a lot of people who suffered health defects from the radiation from these tests, and as I got older and learned more about the issue, I realized that I myself also carry this harmful radiation in my body. I have been passionate about this issue for years because I never want anyone else to be in the same situation that I am, and so I have done countless class presentations on the subject and will talk to anyone about it who will listen. However, it has always felt so personal that I never thought to get actively involved in campaigns against nuclear weapons. This changed this past fall when I learned about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I urge the City Council to adopt these resolutions. This semester, Carly and the Manhattan chapter are organizing an anti-nuclear weapons week on campus to continue to raise awareness on the dangers of nuclear weapons and nuclear testing, and are also working to divest the Manhattan College pensions from weapons manufacturers. The bills before the City Council today set a powerful precedent for not just other cities and countries across the world, but for universities as well. If we ever want to see an end to these horrific weapons, we must stop investing in the companies responsible for manufacturing and modernizing them, and commit to the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel. We deeply appreciate you coming in to give testimony today. So, if there's anybody in the room who still who has not filled out a form but wants to speak, now is your last chance to do so. Otherwise, this will be our last panel. Dr. Kathleen Sullivan, Michelle Peppers and June Tano, John Burrows, and Molly Nolan. You two are on. Would you like to start? I don't think the mic is on.
My name is John Burrows. I am Executive Director of the New York City-based Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy and a resident of this city. At the outset, I want to affirm that the Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy supports the adoption of the proposed resolution and bill and offers our assistance in implementation of the measures. Furthermore, we are prepared to work to engage the New York City legal community in implementation and in related activities to make New York City visible in reducing and eliminating nuclear weapons worldwide. Board members of my group and I have in the past worked through the New York City Bar Association on nuclear arms control and disarmament. Personally, in the 1990s, I worked as an attorney to defend and support Oakland, California's nuclear weapon-free ordinance. This City Council, in its 1983 resolution number 364, proclaiming New York City a nuclear weapon-free zone, this council observed that, quote, common discourse treats nuclear weapons and nuclear war as wagering chips for international politics, instead of as the instruments of the most horrible death. Over the decades since then, nuclear arms have gone from being a phenomenon thought of as somehow outside the realm of law to a military technology that, like others, is considered subject to the requirements of law. Details can be found in my longer written statement submitted by email. But just let me note quickly a couple of points. In 1996, the International Court of Justice concluded that threat or use of nuclear weapons is generally illegal. Then, in 2017, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons considers in its preamble that any use of nuclear weapons would be contrary to international humanitarian law. Just the next year, the UN Human Rights Committee released a general comment stating that the threat or use of weapons of mass destruction, in particular nuclear weapons, which are indiscriminate in effect and of a nature to cause destruction of human life on a catastrophic scale, is incompatible with respect for the right to life and may amount to a crime under international law. As I say, see my written submission for more about all this. The measures under consideration for adoption by the Council would be a major step to advance the understanding that nuclear arms are morally and legally indefensible.
Thank you. I see we have been joined by Cynthia Medansky. Cynthia, would you like to go next? Okay.
Hi, thank you very much for this session. It's so important that it's happening, and thank you to the organizers of it. I am a filmmaker, and I'm working on a very extensive film right now called North American Apologue, the moral tale of the effects of the nuclear industry on all 50 states. visiting nuclear power plants and sites of contamination, downwinders, every part of the nuclear fuel cycle, so that there will be also oral histories about this incredible catastrophe that has been created and is sustained. So this is a very important work that you're doing right now in New York, and New York, of course, should be one of the leaders in America. So I wanted to read a quote by Arundhati Roy, a writer that I respect. It is such a supreme folly to believe that nuclear weapons are deadly only if they're used. The fact that they exist at all, their presence in our lives, will wreak more havoc than we can begin to fathom. Nuclear weapons pervade our thinking, control our behavior, administer our societies, inform our dreams. They bury themselves like meat hooks deep in the base of our brains. They are purveyors of madness.
Thank you very much, and let's go here.
My name is Molly Nolan. I'm a recently retired professor of Cold War history at NYU and a longtime activist with Brooklyn for Peace, a 36-year-old peace and social justice organization from the other side of the river. There are three main reasons the City Council should support these very important measures. First, nuclear weapons are infinitely more powerful and numerous now than they were when they were used for the first and only time by the United States 75 years ago. Then they caused horrific death and destruction in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The potential costs of a nuclear war now are much greater, and yet we still have the same madness we had during the Cold War when government officials and some military ones claimed that nuclear war was thinkable and winnable. Second, as long as nuclear weapons are not banned, and such a ban is not observed by all powers, both those who have weapons and those who don't, the number of nuclear powers and weapons will increase. During the Cold War, we learned that efforts to limit the number and types of such weapons would and were passed now and again, but such limits were repeatedly violated. We're learning that sad lesson again now as the US and Russia both move to modernize and expand their nuclear weapons of all sorts, claiming that the other state has violated treaties limiting them from so doing. And as long as states want new and ostensibly ever better nuclear weapons, businesses will continue to produce them, for profits are to be made. In the long run, only total nuclear disarmament will end this vicious cycle. In the short run, maybe at least some corporations can be dissuaded from producing such weapons if governments like that of New York divest their pensions funds from them. Third, nuclear weapons are very, very expensive. Both the past and present nuclear arms race cost the U.S. billions of dollars and contributed significantly to making military spending account for 60% of discretionary government spending. If we continue to spend this money on nukes and wars, we can't have the things that we desperately need: more housing, better schools, improved health care, rebuilt infrastructure, and a Green New Deal. So I urge the Council to support these very important measures and make New York an example for other cities. Thank you.
Hey, next, please.
Hi, I'm Michelle Peppers with the Ribbon International, UN NGO. First, I want to acknowledge Councilman Perkins. He worked with us in 2004 with Mayors for Peace during a UN nuclear weapons conference and the New York City Council, and they proclamated April 8th, 2004 as Nuclear Weapons Abolition Day. The Ribbon is a peace art project started in 1982 by Justine Merritt from the U.S. She had been to the Memorial Park in Hiroshima on a pilgrimage. When arriving home, it came to her to create an embroidered cloth panel, calling it a ribbon, which would represent the people she loved and cared about. The theme of the ribbon, what I cannot bear to think of as lost forever in a nuclear war. On August 4th, 1985, the 40th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, over 15 miles of ribbons were joined together at the Pentagon, and ribbons surrounded the A-bomb memorial in Hiroshima as well. Plus, there were tables and tables of ribbons that were not even used. Ribbon panels came from all over the U.S. and many countries around the world with the hope and prayers that nuclear weapons would never be used again. It is the same hope and prayers today. And I'm taking from your intro of your resolution. As New Yorkers devote their careers to making life better for their fellow New Yorkers, how, in good conscience, can anyone, now quote, assist in underwriting the catastrophic loss of life and environmental ruin that would result from nuclear conflict? Okay, people creating ribbons find common ground with each other, and they're joined together in interfaith group, interfaith prayer services. Schools, organizations, places of worship have created the ribbons. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Next, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jun Tano, and also from the Ribbon International. And if the New York City becomes no nuke city, it will be the first major event. We are planning to have another ribbon event because this year is 75th anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We are planning to start quiet march from Library 42nd and to Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza, wishing to no nuke world. And after all our statement, if mayor and council members still doubt, we might need nuclear, or do we really need nuclear-free city? I strongly recommend them to visit one of the museums in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If they see it and ask themselves, do we really want to have this tragedy to New York City? If really we want to this tragedy to our children, grandchildren, grandchildren, I'm sure their answer is only one. No, we don't need no nuclear. Thank you.
Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Well, that was a wonderful segue for me because I just want to start by saying that with Robert Kroonquist and other volunteers with the Hibakusha Stories Project here in New York, we've brought more than 100 atomic bomb survivors to more than 40,000 New York City high school students. And those testimonies that you heard from Shigeko, Setsuko, are real live people that have had effects on real live young New Yorkers, such as my former student and spiritual daughter, Jasmine Infinity, who was just speaking before us. I have to say, there have been many times today that I've been moved to tears. When Johnny Brooklyn sat and said that he was around uranium barrels that were hot, and that had been left in Chelsea, where my husband was a child growing up, that there was radiation from the Manhattan Project in residential areas in New York City that we weren't handling, and then that the mayor's office dares to come to this august committee and say that they don't have the expertise for an advisory committee. Look at this room. This city is filled with experts that would love to be a part of such a committee. Would it be cost? Would it be jurisdiction? Would it be, this is an international issue, obviously. The central theme in the brilliant, moving testimony that we have heard today is this: we need to act before it is too late. We need to act because it is our responsibility. We need to act because nuclear weapons were born in this city. We need to act because right at this moment, everything that we love and everyone that we love is threatened by the existence of nuclear weapons. And I like to challenge Mayor de Blasio, because just last week at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, where Dr. King was honored, Mayor de Blasio said, the thing that people forget about Dr. King's legacy is that he was against militarism. And Mayor de Blasio talked about Dr. King's triple evils, the evil of racism, the evils of poverty, the evils of militarism, all that are intricately connected. And so it's very rich to hear from the mayor's office that they can't support this in the same week that he spoke very clearly about Dr. King's work against militarism, racism, and poverty. So I would say to Mr. Mayor, it's 100 seconds to midnight. Where is your critique of militarism a week later? If you believe in what you say you admire of Dr. King's legacy, you should be working with all of us to use your power to proudly support the disarmament legislation that is before us. When Dr. King was questioned about peace and civil rights, and I'll finish with this, this is one of many profound things that sage man said. He said, for those of us who are telling me to keep my mouth shut, I can't do that. I am against segregation at lunch counters, and I'm not going to segregate my moral concerns. And we must know on some positions, cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there are times when you must take a stand that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but you must do it because it is right. And this legislation is the right thing to do. There can be no doubt in this chamber that now, the urgent now, as Dr. King implored to us, is the time to do the right thing, to vote in favor of Resolution 976 and Bill 1621, and not to have this buried in committee. And, I just want to close by really acknowledging the leadership of Councilmember Drum. Your enlightened leadership, you're bringing us forward from writing the letter to the comptroller, requesting that we divest our pension funds, and shepherding this through to the committees. It's just been such a joy, and I learned so much today from everybody who has been here with us. And I have to say, I am a proud New Yorker. This city is my home. We all love this city, and to have this kind of legislation emanating from the cultural capital that is New York is outstanding, and I do believe that we're going to get this done through all of your commitment and leadership. Danny, thank you so very much.
And indeed, we do thank you, Danny, because Danny really pushed for this hearing to take place. And I have to tell you, I have two more questions, but I had to truly tell you that I've been in the council for 10 years, and I had to be hard pressed to think about a hearing that we had where we had so many people from so many spheres of life with so much expertise, as you just mentioned, as we did hear from you today. So I want to thank you. Give yourself a round of applause, and you can really clap now. You can really clap now. But I did have two questions. I did have two questions, and I know Councilmember Drum is going to be happy to announce. Don't mention who it was, but we have a good announcement for you. I did want to ask you, Professor, and I was very intrigued that your specialty is during the Cold War. Why do we what's the impetus for us to wanting to create bigger bombs? I mean, we're going to create a bomb that does 3,000 times more than what we saw during World War II. What are we going to do next? 5,000 more? I mean, like, we're beyond. I just don't get it. And then it's so expensive. Why is there anything? Why do we keep? I don't believe history repeats itself. People repeat history. What is it about? There has to be a mentality that we have. And what is that? What is the argument that we have in our minds?
Well, I think the argument changed. Sometimes during the Cold War, it was that, the Soviet Union was going to develop bigger bombs, so we had to do it first. Sometimes it was that if we only had enough weapons, it would deter the other side from ever using theirs. Sometimes it was the hope that if we built bigger bombs, we would make the Soviets spend themselves into self-destruction, which in part the US did. So there's always a new excuse, but there's a kind of, if you have them, then the military and the arms producers think, we need more, we need bigger. For the businesses, it's incredibly profitable. For the military, it's status and prestige. So there's this perverse logic. You always have to have more, even if you never use them.
And so what's the excuse now?
I wouldn't claim to speak for what Trump has in his mind with this expansion. We certainly hope he will never use them, but it's really terrifying because...
And then my last question was regarding to broken arrows. And by that I mean missiles that have gone rogue, and I know we have a few out there. What are the chances that that would happen again? And what, to your knowledge, what has been done about those nuclear warheads that is still out there that, jet plane was not shut down, but it malfunctioned. I know we had nuclear warheads under the sea. Do you know anything about?
There have been serious nuclear accidents. There have been plane crashes. There's been no, major contamination or explosion as a result, but these certainly have happened. There is a danger that they will happen. That's why I think, only total nuclear disarmament. If you can't get everybody to stop, then those who have them will want more. New powers will do it or will come very close. There are several countries that have what is called the Japanese option. They have essentially the technology and some enrichment, and they could build a bomb pretty quickly. Most of them have not so far, but until you really get the nuclear powers to abolish nuclear weapons, we're in a very dangerous situation. Most of the other countries in the globe, around the world, are in favor of abolishing nuclear weapons. It's only those who have them that want to keep them.
So before I turn it to the co-chair to close today, I want to thank all the staff that really put a lot of work. They debriefed us, they prepared us. Come on, you could give it up for them too. They did a fabulous job. And I want to say that we're going to get this bill to the finish line, and the fact that the administration came in, and they came in, they are the tail end. Basically, we just got to say, no, it's going to happen. We're going to get in the right agency. So do be expecting that. But with that, to my co-chair, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, for being a champion. This is not a fad for you. This is a point of conviction in your heart. You're a man of principle. And for the next generation of young people, I remember being a little kid living in LA, and they used to do those drills, which when I was a little kid, I said, well, wait a second, being under the desk, an atomic bomb explodes here, we're gonna be dead. This ain't gonna help me. But we did live under that fear, that constant fear, and that was part of our discussions as a little kid. May we live one of these days in a generation where kids won't have to speak of the potential dangers that could occur as a result of nuclear warheads. So thank you, and with that, I turn it over to the co-chair.
Thank you very much. I remember finding myself underneath the desk one time, too, and it was when a plane broke, like the sound barrier or something, and Sister Kathleen told us, hurry up and get under that desk, you know. Think of it. Just think, you know, how mad it was actually, you know, to actually be under that desk and thinking we're going to be under nuclear attack or whatever. But anyway, I do want to thank you, Chair Cabrera, as well, for your time, for your patience, for your, for your wisdom, for your questions, for your support. Councilmember Cabrera is also a pastor, and I think he takes these issues to heart as well, as a man of the cloth, as a man who believes deeply in God, and I thank you very much for all of your support here today. Really, really, and he's a really good friend, and I thank you for that. I also want to thank staff as well for the time that they put into this, for the preparation that they did for us. I want to thank my staff, Sebastian McGuire, who's been wonderful on this. Thank you, Sebastian, for doing everything. Michael Mallon, who's over there. Thank you, Michael Mallon. And Robin Forst, who's over there as well. I want to thank Bill Perkins, because Bill Perkins, he's been a leader on so many progressive issues, you know, from voting rights, from our immigrant communities to nuclear proliferation and disarmament. He has been a champion. Bill, thank you for being with us all afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to thank Kathleen and ICAN and all of the advocates who came in here today and gave testimony. It was really moving, and we had almost 60 people who came in to give testimony today. I think that's almost a record for a hearing like this, and because of that, we now have a 35th sponsor on the legislation, so we have even more than a veto-proof majority, and we're going to work to get even more people on board. I have a feeling you might know who he is, our 35th sponsor. So everybody, thank you so